Of the meeting from March 5th, and we'll begin with the call to order. Roll call. Yes.
Sorry. Ms. Frasca? Mr. Trainee? Mr. Honeman?
Here.
Elizabeth, why don't you see if you can get whoever's attention and let them know they're broadcasting. Yes.
Hello.
Very loud. Mr. Birch?
Yes, I'm here. Mr. Chairman, we're cutting out periodically. Somebody's making some noise.
Yeah, we know we're picking up very loud the background noise there. So if you have a chance to mute, that might help us. After we do the roll call, go ahead, Elizabeth.
Thank you. Mr. Honeman?
Here.
Ms. Gray Jackson?
Ms. Gray Jackson is excused.
Mr. Hall?
Here.
Ms. Johnston? Here. Mr. Starr?
Here.
Mr. Trombley?
Here.
Ms. Oziander? Here. Mr. Flynn?
Present.
And Mr. Birch?
Here.
And Ms. Frasca will be joining us in about an hour or so. Thank you.
You've got a question about the online meeting on the computer is not available. Is there?
Yes, we're actually down on the computer tonight, so that's why you're not picking anything up online, would be my guess. We're going to have to do everything verbally tonight. Okay? Mr. Hardeman, lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Be my honor, Mr. Chairman. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Hardeman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We, at the request of the Fire Department Deputy Chief Jim Vignola, has a safety information he'd like to share.
Good evening. We're also being broadcast in the Wilda Marston Theater and out in the lobby, so I'm going to address everybody. We have a large crowd here tonight, just like the previous nights, but we want to make sure everybody is safe. The biggest thing that I ask of you and the fire department asks is that we keep the exits all clear. Throughout the night, we have maximum load capacities for each of the three areas, for the assembly chambers, for the lobby, and for the Wilda Marston Theater. And we have some help with keeping our counts so we don't overcapacitate the building. If in the event of a fire or a fire alarm or a natural event such as an earthquake, please stay calm. Exit through the closest exit that you find, which in this room is the exit you see here and the one behind you. And just asking if also in the theater is the same. You have two exits also in the theater. And in the lobby, we have the one main exit. So as you exit out of the theater and out of the assembly chambers, into the lobby and out the door or out the closest exit. So just stay calm, stay safe, and thanks.
Thank you. Couple of pieces of information that I have to share with you. If you happen to be someone that's here for a P&Z Commission meeting that has been canceled for this evening, they will be meeting on April the 1st at this location. So just a heads up, if you're here for that meeting, that's not happening. Also, a notice to everyone, we are going to be seeing a motion made tomorrow evening that's going to postpone action on this item until the 26th of March. I chatted with the mayor this morning, and he was receptive, very receptive to that, give an opportunity for more communication back and forth. We expect that we're going to be picking up testimony tonight that we haven't had prior because some of you have had a chance to look at the S version, and there were a couple of meetings held this afternoon with some labor leaders that had a couple of 3 amendments that they wanted consideration given to. So we want to have the opportunity to be able to work all of that into the item or to this ordinance before it would come back then. But we will be doing a motion tomorrow evening to postpone until the 26th. And around 10:45 or 10:50 this evening, prior to the end of the meeting, because of the fact that we're not able to use the system this evening, we will have some motions that we have to make. So just a heads up that that'll be coming at us. And with that, we will begin the testimony.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I'm on your screen.
Yes, you are.
I know,
Mr. Creaney.
it's selective. Anyway, I'm going to make a motion at about 10:30 to extend public hearing, and he'll be seconding it, so just let you know it's coming.
Okay. Ma'am?
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Bonnie Limbo. I'm a 35-year resident of Anchorage, Alaska. I'm not a union member, never have been. No one in my family is a member of a union. But I'm very concerned about the trend that I see nationwide of union bashing that is bad for our economy. Now it's coming to our community, and it's bad for our community. I would recommend that you all read a book by Timothy Nash called The Great Divergence, America's Growing Inequality Crisis. It shows several trends over the past 4 decades. A growing inequality in America. We are becoming a country of haves and have-nots. The concentration of the nation's wealth, which comes from our natural resources, and the labor of all of us being concentrated in the hands of the very few at the very top. And also the continuing hollowing out of the middle class and economic security for people who thought they previously were secure. This corresponds to and is partly caused by the antagonism to unions and the decline in union membership for several reasons. Lowering wages and benefits for union members lowers them for non-union members also, because it lowers the community standard, that is the comparables for each kind of job, and private employers can then lower wages and benefits and still recruit good workers. For you, those of you who might think that cheap labor is a good thing, remember, cheap labor means cheap men and women. Throughout the country's history, it's been unions who have pushed through employment legislation that benefits all workers: safety, wage and hour, anti-discrimination. Without unions, we would be a country of Walmart workers, part-time, temporary, on contract, no benefits. Germany has taken the exact opposite tack. They have a good working relationship and a relationship of trust with strong unions. Union leaders sit on boards of directors of companies. Union leaders and management and other board members are responsible for making decisions for the company. Therefore, union leaders, their job is not only to protect their workers, but also to promote the success and competitiveness of their company. And what is the result? Germany is the manufacturing and economic engine of Europe. Also, unions protect worker safety and lives. Massey Coal Company had a scandalous history of violations and injuries until finally there was a massive explosion that killed so many miners. What people don't know is in the same community was a union mine that complied with safety, that had only minor injuries, no serious injuries, no deaths. And the reason was because the shop steward could close the mine down for safety violations. And what that meant is that union and management worked together to keep the mine open, but keep it open safely. Authoritarian governments everywhere are against unions because trade unions stand up to them. The right-wing military dictatorships in Latin America disappeared, tortured, and murdered not just journalists and college professors, but trade unionists also.
Ma'am, I'm going to need you to conclude.
In Cuba, they're illegal. In Poland, Solidarity brought down the communist government without firing a shot. So if what you're aiming for is a government by the few for the benefit of the few, then you know that what you have to do is marginalize the unions.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman has a question.
Bonnie, Bonnie? Just a quick question, Ms. Limbo, quick question. Thank you for your service, but can you give me the title of that book again?
Yes, it is called The Great Divergence, America's Growing Inequality Crisis. It's by Timothy Nash, N-A-S-H, and it was just recently reviewed in the New York Times Book Review.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hall, and good evening, Assembly members. My name is Bob Gill, and I'm against AO 37 for many reasons. First of all, I think that the ordinance is total overreaching on the part of the Assembly. The limiting of subjects for collective bargaining is not fair. The same thing if you did it, if this, say, were a private union instead of a consortium of municipal unions. Limiting subjects for bargaining like that would be unlawful and an unfair labor practice. In every Alaska contract, there's an implied covenant of good faith and fair dealing. And I think that the Assembly members who supported this ordinance broke that covenant. I don't think it's good faith to present something on the table and then expect it to be legislated, within a month or two when you overturn 44 years under the previous ordinance. I think that the attempt to limit neutrals or an arbitrator judging a contract in our civil lives, every part of it, none of us would like to be judged by a partisan. If we have a civil matter with our neighbor, we want to be judged by someone who is neutral and does not have any stake in the matter. And therefore, when you take away the ability to arbitrate and just give it to the Assembly, it's not fair. It's not a neutral. You're not a neutral Assembly. I don't object to the Assembly bargaining very tough with unions, although I am very pro-union myself. I think that attempting to limit the subjects of bargaining, as you have, and the mayor somewhat delegating his duties to the Assembly, this is primarily an administrative function. I think that the unions, the police, the fire, AMEA, they're all my neighbors, and they've all been good neighbors, particularly the police and the fire department. When I was sick and in the hospital, they plowed my driveway, and I was very grateful for it. Other than that, really, that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Mr. Trini has a question.
Just a quick question, sir. In my background check on this, I find that Mr. Wheeler, city attorney, started working on this in July of 2011. This has not been something that's just thrown on the table. They've been working on this for a while, not the Assembly, the administration.
Well, I think if that's the case, then they should have brought it to the attention of the municipal unions and given them a chance to negotiate and make suggestions where they feel it's necessary. I think that's very one-sided, and it makes it more a contract of adhesion than a fair collective bargaining ordinance. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank
Hall.
you, Bob.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Hall. My name is the people of the city of Anchorage, the people that elected all of you to office. First, I want to thank Mr. Training, Mr. Holman, Ms. Gray Jackson.
Sir, I need
Flynn,
your
standing
name.
up for the working class people,
Sir,
firmly and opposing 37.
I need your name.
With that being said, Tromley, Osiander, Starr, Johnston, Hall, and Freshka, if you're listening, Birch as well.
Sir,
We need your vote.
sir,
we need your vote.
excuse me.
I'm practicing my constitutional rights by speaking to the judicial.
And I'll give you your constitutional right, but I need your name.
My name is Dustin
Dustin, and your last name?
Darden.
Thank you.
You want me to spell it for you? It says to spell it.
Last name, please.
Okay. Anyhow, the mayor is acting such as yourself, Mr. Hall, and dictating this city in which direction it needs to go to. Now, we need you, Hall. We need you to vote this thing down. We need you, Osander, we need you, Trombley, because the people are, I polled the city, and you're going to lose your job, most probably, if you do not vote against this ordinance. You will most likely lose your job. And you can't divide a city against itself for it to stand. If you want to crumble this city and strip the people of their rights, then you go ahead and go down in infamy as the one who voted to degrade this nation, starting with the city. We could be a good city. But what you guys are doing is an injustice. So we need you, Osander, we need you, Trombley. Everybody that's listening to this and everyone that hears my voice, do everything you can to talk to these people, pray for these people, to convince them not to vote this thing down, to vote it down. Do not believe promises. Stay on this thing. You've not lost. You have to do everything. Call them. Go to their websites. Pray for them. But my father was a city worker. I would not be here. I ask you for some more time. I have a lot of ground to cover, respectfully. This is bigger than you guys think it really is. This is a beginning to something that could impoverish the nation. And like the first woman who spoke, giving all the power to the top, leaving the working class to nothing. Now understand you guys have differences. There was a man who spoke last Monday about let's reason. Why don't we reason? He quoted the Bible. Well, here's the reason. One side of the fence doesn't respect human life. The other side of the fence, for the most part, doesn't care about the working class. This is just the way it is. And it's something that I've noticed. I please ask you for another minute. Just a minute, please.
No, sir, you've got 30 seconds.
You have to get over yourselves. Just because you're a Republican and you vote for workers' rights doesn't mean that you're a baby killer. Okay? Now let's just get over it. Let's just get over it. I'll still respect you if you vote for people that want to have workers' rights. Okay? So you don't have to, Mr. the Mayor Sullivan, just because you vote for something that he does not want doesn't mean you're going to lose your job. It doesn't mean you're going to lose your job, Freshka.
We appreciate your testimony. Your time is up, and there are no questions. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, Assembly members, Mr. Hall, Mayor Sullivan. My name is Linda Hewlin, spelled H-U-L-E-N. Thank you for hearing testimony tonight. I was fourth from the front when testimony ended last Wednesday, so I'm glad to have a chance to speak again about the finally speak about the now amended Ordinance 37. I've followed this attempt to change the way the city deals with union employees since the Friday night when Mayor Sullivan unveiled this ordinance, drafted essentially in secret, it seems, as far as many of you are concerned, as well as the department heads, and now Mr. Trainey says it was actually started being working on in July 2011.
2012, ma'am, sorry.
2012. I attended part of the first work session. I heard several of you speak and answer questions at the AEA candidate forum on February 20th. Even then, Ms. Johnston and Mr. Hall were talking about amendments, which made me wonder when we were going to get to see the amended ordinance. And now I've looked at it online, and I don't see many significant changes at all. I've listened to most of the 3 nights of testimony at the Assembly chambers. I have been humbled by the sincere information that people have brought to you. I've followed the recent news events, news reports in the print paper and online and various media outlets. I always vote, and I do all I can in my role as a teacher to educate students about their responsibilities in a representative democracy to educate themselves and vote, as well as run for student government offices and to be educated leaders to represent the people fairly. I rarely speak publicly. However, I feel that testifying about this ill-conceived and poorly crafted move is my duty and my right. I ask you to take to heart the testimony from all the many voters and your constituents who have spoken. Their eloquence and sincerity goes beyond description. As my students would say, they've been awesome. I ask you to really hear what they've said and asked, which foremost was to put this ordinance in the round file 13. Please hear and respond to them, and not to Mayor Sullivan and whoever he represents. So far, they have not cared enough to give up their time and speak publicly in support about this controversial ordinance, as hundreds of others have who are against this travesty. Think of all those who've spoken and voiced sincere concerns about how this will affect the future of our city in all sorts of ways. You can gain a tremendous amount of political capital by doing the right thing. Respond appropriately to the voters who have spoken in public about this ordinance. Responding appropriately will not be easy for Mr. Hall or Ms. Johnston, since you are sponsors of the ordinance. I challenge you, rethink completely your sponsorship, reverse your position. This action would show incredible fortitude and courage and mark you as rare individuals in political office. This action would demonstrate that you are truly listening and hearing the people you represent. This action, again, would gain you much political capital. Short of that, then please move to give this ordinance the real time needed, much longer than Monday's hearing on the revision to Tuesday's planned vote, although now I understand that's been changed. The Anchorage Charter's Bill of Rights says citizens have the right to be heard before any ordinance is passed, and this applies to amended ordinance. Anchorage deserves thoughtful examination of this ordinance. Consider even voting for the proposal put forward by the 5 city bargaining units who are willing to ask their members to accept a pay freeze for a year while they and you sit down and look at this in a thoughtful manner.
Ma'am, I need you to conclude.
Thank you for reading and considering. Thank you for your time in hearing and considering my request for you to do the right thing by your constituents.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Bell, B-E-L-L. My husband Jeff was next in line to speak last Wednesday when the meeting adjourned, and as a member of the SWAT team, Jeff was called into work tonight, so I'm here to speak in his place. I was born and raised in this community. Jeff and I met in college and have made Anchorage our home. Jeff has been an Anchorage police officer for 17 years and has made a good living doing a job that he loves. The city has made a big investment in my husband over the years in wages and in training, but the return on this investment has been enormous. Jeff is one of the highest skilled and most productive officers on the force. He has been a member of the SWAT team for over 10 years and is currently assigned to the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, where his work focuses on eliminating the drug and gang activity in our city. Last year, Jeff was a key member of the team that brought Israel Keys' reign of terror to an end. The point I'm trying to make is we get the caliber of people and the level of service that we are willing to pay for. But I'm not just here tonight as the wife of a city employee. I am speaking as a property owner, a taxpayer, and as a voter. I am opposed to the content and necessity of Ordinance 37, but I'm most concerned about the manner in which it was drafted, introduced, and fast-tracked through the public process. I ask you, has any ordinance with such a massive effect on the workforce of Anchorage ever been adopted this rapidly? Ordinance 37 can potentially have a devastating impact on the services the city relies upon, as well as the morale and retention of its best employees, and it's being rammed through in a few short weeks. Therefore, I would like to appeal to all of you who support Ordinance 37, but specifically Mr. Hall and Ms. Osiander. I have had the highest respect for your experience, honesty, and many years of public service. But can either of you in good conscience vote in favor of this ordinance at this time? I urge you to reconsider participating in the rush to get this ordinance passed before the April elections. Don't let this poorly constructed and drastic piece of legislation be your legacy. Regardless of your position on organized labor, please insist on integrity in the process by voting against Ordinance 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the Assembly, the Mayor, the gathered members of the trades and the general public. My name is Brian Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N. I'm a Air Force veteran, a veteran of Mr. Trainey's TAPS program. When I retired from the Air Force at Elmendorf back in 1998, I went through a program that Mr. Trainey ran through the Family Support Center. And one of the things that he said was, hey, take a look at the city. That's a good place to work at the time. So I'll give kudos where kudos are. I'm a proud member of Local 302 and have been for the last 9 years. I'm baffled at the speed that this has moved. There was a lady that spoke last week. I've been here for every minute of testimony, as most of you have been. And this lady, I probably rewrote this speech 10 different times, and someone else got up and gave it every time I wanted to give it. And at the end of the night, I finally threw it away, and I said, I got to come from a different angle because everybody is just they're robbing my material. So what I did is I kind of looked back in the city over the last 6-8 months, and we all remember the windstorm that we had back in September, crippled the city. All of these people in this room went out there overtime, double time, worked hours and hours and hours to get the city back and functioning. Well, it's my understanding that the city did not activate the Emergency Operations Center during that time. Am I correct in that? I was told that the EOC was not activated. Well, this ordinance proposal is the equivalent of the mayor activating the Emergency Operations Center on the 8th floor. This thing blew through here in record speed. The lady that spoke last week clearly stated that dirt, windows, shrub, and curb got 120 months of debate. This is going to get about 30 days. And the last I checked, a shrub never earned a penny, a window never earned a dime. And what we're doing with this legislation is that we're taking this at the convenience of the 8th floor at the 11th hour and rolling this through this body. My understanding is there's a component of you that did not see this before it was introduced. Am I wrong? Okay. Well, it sounds like to me you're the first victims of outsourcing. So. I only got 5 seconds left. But in closing, I urge you as a body, I've lived here for quite a long time, and I urge you that there are a lot of great people in this city that have ideas, that have input, that can make this work, and I think everybody wants to make it work. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mayor, Assembly, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Just a moment, Brian. Mr. Trainey.
Brian, just a quick question for you. I remember when you retired from the military.
I was the guy in the BDUs, right?
I remember too. Got a question for you. Do you
Yes,
remember
sir.
what the Air Force promised you when you joined them as far as medical coverage for life? Remember what they promised you?
Oh, they promised a lot.
They lied, didn't they?
Their lips were moving.
They sound like they're the same people that came forward with this program. Lie with their lips. Thanks for being here to testify.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Horniman.
First of all, thank you for your service to the country. Secondly, thank you for your service here to the municipality. But just a point, yes, the OC didn't stand up 24 hours, 7 days a week like it could and probably should have during an emergency. But they did stay involved. To give credit, they did stay involved with information. It just wasn't as free-flowing and communicative both ways had it been staffed 24 hours a day as it should have been.
Would have been a nice opportunity with a low-threat environment to actually make that work at full speed.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Members of the Assembly, my name is Will Aitchison, A-I-T-C-H-I-S-O-N. My background is that of a labor lawyer. I've been a labor lawyer for 35 years. I have represented the APDEA for 24 of those years. I am a veteran of hundreds and hundreds of collective bargaining negotiations and hundreds of arbitrations, including wage arbitrations. I've written 8 books on public sector labor relations, If you want something to curl up with, for example, that has hundreds of footnotes, I brought one on the Fair Labor Standards Act that I wrote, and other topics that are the subject of this ordinance. I want to make some basic points to you. First, please do not think that this is a simple rewrite or an updating of this ordinance. This is a radical piece of legislation. This is the practical ending of collective bargaining in Anchorage. I don't know what the system is where you can no longer negotiate vacations or holidays or sick leave or health insurance or seniority, where there's no such thing as past practice, where wage negotiations are no longer meaningful. But that system is not collective bargaining. This is an ordinance that uses new terms, terms that I, who've been in the business for most of my adult life, have never seen before. It uses terms that are confusing, terms that are contradictory. To this moment, does anybody in this room really know what managed competition means? Does anybody know what the benefits are that are to be uniform? Does anybody know what direct labor costs include? Please do not be misled into thinking that the substitute version of this ordinance is an improvement. To be sure, there's some minor changes. It no longer refers to a consumer price index that does not, in fact, exist. But the basics of the original ordinance are still here. The practical elimination of collective bargaining, the sloppy draftsmanship, and the uncertainties. But that's not my main point. My main point is, why? Over the years we've had collective bargaining in Anchorage, Anchorage has been a model for a collective bargaining system that has succeeded, not failed. We have had no arbitrations in APDEA over the last 20 years. Strikes are a distant memory of anybody. I have been at the negotiating table with representatives of Mayors Fink, Mystrom, Wirch, and Begich. I've seen them ask for concessions, for wage freezes, for overtime reductions, for millions of dollars of sick leave accrual. And I have seen the APDEA say yes to that, not just out of self-interest, but because it was good for this city. This is a model of a system that works. And proposing to throw it out for something that is untried anywhere in this country simply is not good governance. Thank you.
Thank you, Will. Mr. Horniman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Aitchison. First of all, you were here in, I believe, the late 80s when there was a rewrite with 3.70 then. How long did it take? Do you recall? How long did it take? Did the Assembly spend on rewriting that ordinance?
Months and months and months. Assembly members Wood and Barnett were involved in that for a long time.
Months rather than 30 days, 45 days, months?
Yes.
23 days. Okay. Also, we've heard some discussion about Section 170, and the reference to the Fair Labor Standards Act. Under this proposed language, when exactly would a police officer receive overtime? And I've heard from the city's labor attorney saying that it doesn't affect overtime or anything because there's a collective bargaining agreement. How does these two pieces of language coexist?
Oh, no, the ordinance, Section 170 of the ordinance replaces all of the overtime provisions in the collective bargaining agreement with those under the FLSA, the Fair Labor Standards Act. For police officers under the Fair Labor Standards Act, you are not entitled to overtime unless you work more than 171 hours in a 28-day period. Those of us on 40-hour weeks work 160 hours in a 28-day period. And the only time that counts towards work under the FLSA is time you're actually there. So if you were to take, for example, the first day or two off on vacation or sick leave in a 28-day period, you wouldn't have worked 160 hours. You would have worked whatever, 150, 140. So what happens between the 160 and the 171? Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, so long as you get the minimum wage for the entire, for police they're called work periods, for the entire work period, there is no obligation to pay anything for the additional hours. Under this ordinance, it's very clear to me, and I've represented over 50,000 employees around this country in Fair Labor Standards Act lawsuits. it's very clear to me the municipality could require a police officer to come in and work 11 hours at least, maybe 20, maybe 30, without any additional pay whatsoever. No straight time pay, no additional minimum wage, and certainly no overtime. That's what this ordinance does.
What if they said they didn't intend it to be that way?
And I've heard lots of statements about that where representatives of the municipality are saying, look, we don't really mean to use that. For example, we don't really mean that there'll be no more shift bidding by seniority. We don't really mean that seniority won't apply to vacation selection. I'm a lawyer. I can just tell you what the ordinance says. And what the ordinance says is that overtime won't be paid until you get to the FLSA thresholds, and it says that seniority is not going to be a factor in those things. And I could go on and on and on.
Mr. Trainee?
Is he done already?
I might have another question. But that's
Anyway,
I'll yield.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Haven't seen you in a while. We've been free of needing to see you. I mean, glad to see you, but
I didn't
it's always nice we didn't have to do this.
I had
got a
dark hair
question
before.
for you on this. I've been going over 170. And one concern we've had from police officers, and mine is, how does 170 deal with their injuries?
Oh, well, there's a provision in the APDEA's contract, I believe it's Article 20 of the APDEA's contract, that concerns injury leave. And what happens when, say, Officer Bell, whose wife was just here, when he's injured in the line of duty, he goes off on workers' comp, and the contract requires the municipality to supplement the workers' comp benefit so that the total of the two payments equals 90% of salary. It's not 100% because workers' comp is not taxable. But so it's an attempt to bring us up to the net salary of the officer so there's no loss when the officer is injured in the line of duty. That supplemental pay continues until the officer is medically stationary. Not going to get better, not going to get worse. And then the officer either comes back to work or is put on permanent disability. This ordinance, Section 170, like it does with all other forms of leave in the municipality, replaces that with the personnel rules. And if you look at the personnel rules, what you'll see is there's no provision for supplemental pay. That means that police officers injured in the line of duty will take a cut in pay. There is also an artificial limitation of 1 year. At the end of 1 year, you're done, you're out. And in our contract, it's when you're medically stationary. We used to have the year in there, but we had some officers who were seriously injured, who were on the road to recovery and didn't want to give them a pink slip, so that's why we negotiated the medically stationary language. So in two ways, this ordinance would harm officers who are injured in the line of duty.
I got a friend named Garrett that's going through the exact same process now. And at least he's got the money to come in and take care of his family and 6 kids right now. Without what he's got coming in, he'd be destitute. But I do have another question, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman. How will 170 change sick leave?
Well, it ends sick leave. The APDEA has, at least by law enforcement standards, a fairly modest sick leave clause in its contract. It allows for the accrual of, this is, I think, Article 8 in the contract. Could be 10. Don't always get them straight. It allows an accrual of up to 520 hours of sick leave. Standard in law enforcement is usually around 2,000, so this is a modest sick leave benefit. Officers also are able to access what's called a family leave bank. This is only for serious health conditions on the part of officers or the officer's spouse or child who's ever FMLA eligible. Under the ordinance, all leave in the municipality must be dictated by the personnel rules. As you probably know, the personnel rules do not contain sick leave. The result, there will be no sick leave anymore for APDEA members. The accruals that all APDEA members have will be wiped out. The Family and Medical Leave Act bank that officers who have the most serious illnesses will be gone. And that'll be it.
One last thing, Mr. Chairman, I won't continue anymore. What do you think an average officer looking at these new rules that go into effect would do if they're currently working for the city?
You know, we've seen, and I hope we can all get a perspective on this. we've seen over the years the municipality face serious recruiting problems for police officers. There were long stretches of time when it just basically couldn't fill academies, even when there were police academies. It's tough to get someone to be a police officer in our society today with what they go through. Particularly given the fact that you've got a defined contribution pension system under PERS, if you were to put these cuts into place, and my guess is, and this is back of envelope stuff, I'll confess it because I keep hearing different interpretations as to what this ordinance means, but my guess is your average Anchorage police officer, if you vote yes on this, you are voting for a 25 to 30% total compensation cut. I think officers will vote with their feet. And beyond just that, you will be right back into the worst recruiting problems you have ever seen in this municipality.
Thank you, Will. Appreciate your testimony.
Mr. Trombley?
I appreciate your unique perspective and what you bring to the table.
Thank you.
In regards, you talked about managed competition. There's actually several contracts that are collective bargaining agreements right now that actually have the clause that allow for managed competition. When those contracts were originally written and signed, what was your position on, what did you testify on the managed competition clause at that time? What did you say? Were you opposed to that at the time?
No. In
Did
fact,
you not know about it, or?
No. In fact, Member Trombley, I believe, and I hope I have the identity right, I believe it was Mayor Wirch who came to the APDEA and asked for, it wasn't called managed competition then, it was called subcontracting, asked for a subcontracting clause in the APDEA's contract. You can't subcontract much in law enforcement, I mean, very obviously, but he asked for it. And we negotiated it, and it became Article 1, Section 8 of our collective bargaining agreement. It's different from what I've heard discussed here.
Well, what was the program involved with that? What were the requirements, the bidding process? What was the process lined out either before that clause was put in or afterwards?
There was no process before, after it, and you can find this in the contract itself.
Yeah.
The municipality proposes a subcontracting of whatever it might be. Parking enforcement is in there before, we had the charter change and everything like that. The municipality proposes subcontracting. The employees, the union in this case, then is able to make a proposal to the municipality saying, look, we can do this for less money. And if, in fact, it is cost effective to keep the work inside, then the municipality can't subcontract.
Right, but what I heard you say is that you guys negotiated that contract and you negotiated that phrasing without actually having a plan in place.
We laid out the terms of the plan.
So you did lay out the terms in the contract.
Yeah, so for example, the ordinance that you're considering right now, the S version, does not have the strictures that I've just described. Under the S version, you could subcontract without it being cost effective. You could subcontract simply because you want to, and I've never met you and I do not mean to impugn you, but you could subcontract simply because you want to reward a campaign donor. There is no restriction on why you could subcontract in the ordinance. And I know that there have been promises made to you that, we'll show you the details of this. But once again, I'm a lawyer and I read statutes. And it's not in the statute. And if it's not in the statute, it's not there.
Sure.
It's in our contract, though.
Okay. And I can't remember the exact wording in some of the current contracts, but I don't know if that process is laid out the same way. But,
and I don't know. I know it's Article 1, Section 8 in our contract.
Sure. Okay. And then the other question I have for you, and this is in regards to, you said the 25% pay cut. And that's something that I'm obviously very concerned about, because if someone has a current wage and they've based their life around that wage, regardless of that wage, and then you say, okay, a 25% cut, I mean, that goes to car payment, house payment, child care, all that stuff. Totally understand that. In the S version, it says longevity pay will continue for eligible employees. Service recognition and its equivalent will continue for eligible employees. So, and there's additional wording as well. It sounds like to me, and it's page 8 of 32, numbers 1, 2, and 3.
Thank you.
It sounds like to me that if an officer has met all the requirements, say his base wage is $5 an hour, and with all the incentives, all that stuff, he's now at $15 an hour, that his wage will maintain at $15 an hour he's grandfathered in, that's his base, and then under any new contract that's negotiated between this administration or any preceding administration, that will be the base, and you can build up from 15.
Can I show you why that's not the case?
Oh,
can I direct you to the language?
Please do.
Okay, so we're looking at subsection H. And, the devil is in the details here, and in statutes or ordinance like you're considering, the details are the words. And
right, yes, sir.
That's what's so important. So let's just walk through. There's only 4 sentences. Let's just walk through them. It's the policy of the municipality that employee pay rates payable pursuant to a contract shall be based only on bona fide position requirements and enhanced qualifications which directly affect employee performance in a classification.
Correct.
We don't know what any of those terms mean, by the way. But let's move on, because that's not actually the important language. All wage rates shall be, excuse me while I turn this over and pull it apart. All wage rates shall be readily ascertainable and consistent with municipal classification schedule. No problem. Just fine. Okay? All extra regular pay based on performance or longevity, okay, by whatever name, including but not limited to performance-based incentive pay, performance step programs, and pay increases based on longevity or service recognition shall be eliminated. And then there are exceptions.
Right.
So what that does for the APDEA member is, first of all, it takes away such things as the APDEA's education incentive. There's lots of studies showing relationships between performance as a police officer and an increased college education. It takes that away. And for an officer who has a bachelor's degree, that's 8% of their compensation. That simply goes away. Okay? I think shift differential goes away under that language. I've heard talk that that's not the intent, but I think that's what that language says. We have a number of forms of specialty pay and hazardous duty pay. They'll go away as well. So just on the pay end, I'm not talking about the cut and leave and the elimination of sick leave and all that stuff. That all adds up too. But just in pay, that goes away. The only thing we don't have service recognition pay.
Sure.
All we have is what's identified in subsection 3, which is the performance incentive program or performance incentive pay. And as you'll see, the way that is written, because there is annual requalification required for that in APDEA, that will go away as well. And finally, I think, Member Trombley, under this language, pay steps go away. I've heard protests, no, we don't intend that, but this language...
Pay steps in 3.30. Pay steps are in a different section it's in section 3.30, but I mean in regards...
That's part of the contradictions, though.
Sure, but I mean what's continued for negotiation is specialty pay shift differential. That's still up for negotiation. That's not eliminated.
I don't think so.
Eliminated in this.
I think if you pass this ordinance, it is. I think that's what this language says.
Well, I don't really know why everybody's clapping, because I'm not caught up from anything that he just told me. But I do appreciate your enthusiasm.
I don't suspect either of us are at a loss.
No, neither one of us are lost for words. The reason I'm caught up is because of the disagreement. Because I hear one thing here, and I hear a different thing here, and again, I think there does need to be greater definitions. And one section I have been caught up on is that based on bona fide position requirements and enhanced qualifications, greater definition of enhanced qualifications, because it sounds to me that if you have a master's degree, if you're a SWAT, if you're anything like that, that's an enhanced qualification that you will be compensated for that under this language. But again, you and I are going to disagree. So hopefully we can continue to get a little bit greater definition. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Member Trombley, could I say just one more thing? When I first read this ordinance, I was at a conference for labor lawyers. There were, a bunch of us sitting around, and collectively we had hundreds of years of experience doing this. I showed them this ordinance. I showed them part of it, the part that is on direct labor costs, and I asked them to tell me what that phrase, direct labor costs, meant. No two of the lawyers in the room agreed. Well, they agreed on one thing, that it would make a lot of lawyers very happy. They agreed on that.
Well, I don't think lawyers agree in general. But
well,
sure.
Sometimes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trombley. Very quickly, Mr. Honeman, please.
Yeah, I think you hit on it just a little bit, but speaking of direct labor costs, have you ever heard this language in any other, you say you've represented 50,000 employees through different states and cities and communities. Have you ever heard this definition?
Yeah, I've actually read every statewide collective bargaining statute in the country. It's one of the books. And there's no other statute that uses this phrase. It has no commonly accepted meaning in labor law.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Trainee, very quickly.
Will, I appreciate you being here. So what do you think it's going to mean for the city of Anchorage when we lose in court and have to pay compensatory labor damages for this? Any idea? How many million are we talking about?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
So you haven't stacked up your team yet?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Johnston.
Quickly, two things you raised. One was the managed competition. And when Mayor Wirtz brought you I can't remember what term he used, you did negotiate that in your CAB, right?
Yes.
So why would you not negotiate how managed competition is addressed within your union group after this ordinance? Why would,
I'm sorry. We would if we could, but the ordinance deprives us of the ability to do so.
No, it says it has to be in there, but it doesn't mean you can't negotiate how it's implemented.
No, actually what the ordinance says when you look at the definition of managed competition is it allows the municipality to define what a managed competition program is, and then my reading of it forbids the assembly from approving a labor contract that does not match whatever that definition is.
I think we could probably disagree as far as how much latitude. But the other question I have on that is when you look at ordinances like this, do you look at the AMs and do you use that when you're interpreting ordinances?
Yes, but there's a limited extent. The way, and I know we've got other lawyers in the room, we may agree on this. The first thing you do is you read the ordinance itself, and if the ordinance is not ambiguous, then your analysis stops. If the ordinance is ambiguous, then you would look at all sorts of other, they're called extrinsic aids to interpretation. That would include, for example, AMs. It would include testimony like this. It would include dialogue that you all will have when you talk about this. It might include amendments that were proposed and failed, all sorts of other, they're secondary aids to interpretation. They never come into place unless the language of the ordinance itself is vague or ambiguous.
I'd be encouraged if you read the AM because some of the language you seem to feel is vague. I think there are some clarifications in the AM, and that could give us a point of where we could have discussions. Thank you.
The problem, Member Johnson, is you never get to the AM if the ordinance is clear. And if there's something in an AM right now and you think it should be in this ordinance, I'd encourage you to propose an amendment to the ordinance to include it in the ordinance.
Thank you, Will.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Well, that's going to be tough to follow. Okay, my name is Larry Emerton. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and I vote. I've got two main objections to this proposed ordinance. The first is to manage competition. I don't see any specifics in 37020C, and how can you pass something if it doesn't spell out the specifics of it? I mean, I just don't understand. So in my mind, it should be deleted from this ordinance before you vote on it. And you can bring it up as an amendment at a later date. And then the collective bargaining and arbitration. Okay, so I do have the AM here, and says the ordinance is revised to clarify the impasse process resulting in a more effective process for arbitrations and strikes. Under the amended provisions of AMC 37110, upon reaching impasse after mediation, fact-finding, and arbitration, the arbitrator's decision must be approved by at least 8 members of the Assembly. If the arbitrator's decision is not approved, the municipality's last best offer may be implemented in accordance with 37110B10. The ability of the union to strike has been replaced with less disruptive means to resolve contract negotiation disputes while still ensuring delivery of public services. So the way that I read that, the more effective process and the less disruptive means are nothing more than the administration's ability to impose its last best offer. I mean, you've got to have the 8 members of the Assembly to pass it. So how often does that happen? And, you know, I had pages and pages and pages of stuff here trying to figure out what to get up here and say. And, you know, everybody has said it. So I'll just kind of conclude with this. This administration seems to deal with issues in a heavy-handed manner. For example, the war on the homeless camps, the sidewalk ordinance, which targeted one individual, the hijacking of Title 21, years of public input is cast aside, and now AO 2013-37. The Daily News had an editorial in yesterday's paper, and I'm just going to read the last little bit of this. It says, talking about if this gets passed, if that's all that happens, this will be a sorry episode in the history of the city. A day when political machination ran roughshod over good and thoughtful governance. Please vote no.
Thank you, Larry.
I have a copy of the of that editorial, if anybody would like it.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Marcus Lopez, L-O-P-E-Z. I'm sorry I'm here. I got your flyer, Ms. Frasca, in the mail, and I mentioned the last time I got to here and we stopped. Thank you for returning my emails. And in those emails, you had mentioned you had some concern, and when I spoke to you, you said you wanted to hear all the parts and pieces before you made a decision, and thank you very much. Ms. Johnston, I'm sorry you felt bullied the other day. I don't know what happened, but it's not a nice feeling to be bullied at all. And here we are as just people that have chosen a profession, some crafts, and we just do our part because we live in a community that we love. And we do the best that we can, and we do a good job, and we feel like we're being bullied. And I don't know where to look for that bullying. I really don't. I believe you're here because you want the best for this community. And that's why I chose to live here, because I want the best. I was born in Anchorage, yes. 1965, I was born here. But there's a big, big, wonderful world to live in. I've lived in New Brunswick, Canada. I lived in Maine and in Pennsylvania, and this is the best. There's questions. That's the point. The questions, they're not answered. And you do want the best. I believe you want the best. So I'm asking you to say no, not now. Not now. I'm not asking you to throw it away and never think of this again, but get it where we don't have to have all the explanations, where it's clear. Just make it clear. You wouldn't go to a car dealership and have somebody say, you know, you're getting a car. I said, I don't want a car like the one I have now. No, you're getting a car because I'm telling you have to have a car. Okay. Here, sign here. Sign here. Well, what's it say? Oh, it doesn't really matter. But it does. Well, you'll get lifetime oils. Where is that? On the contract. I don't see it. It's not there. Good intentions are not enough. We need this spelled out correctly. Please do what's best. Don't sign this as an ordinance the way it is. Stop. Don't buy the car until you know what you're going to get. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcus. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Shannon Brooks. My husband and I both work for AWW. We own a house, are tax and rate payers, and we vote. Last time I checked, AWW was not classified as an essential service or services which may not be given up for even the shortest period of time. But we were classified as services which may be interrupted for a limited period of time, but not for an indefinite period of time. Yet, this last go-around, we were not allowed to strike. The public has been told for the last 2 years that AWW's contract settlement would make taxes go up, which is untruthful. AWW is rate-based, paid by the customer. Each year, AWW pays thousands of dollars back to the general government so it can be used on other programs. The city already raised the rates to cover AWW's contract, but since it has been in litigation, where did that money go? Has it been funneled back into the city's general government to be used elsewhere? What about the money that the city is paying for the court and legal fees, all for the ability to say, I didn't give the unions anything? What I'm getting at is that the citizens are not being told the whole truth. How does that saying go? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. How is AO 37 different? Why, if it's such a good idea, did it have to be put in at the 11th hour? And why did it get rewritten but not released to the public until there are only 5 hours left to testify before the assembly vote? Last I heard, that could change. That doesn't sound honest. It sounds sneaky. AWW rates are among the lowest in the country for the services they provide. If we start losing experienced workers and replacing them with lesser paid, lesser benefited employees, do you really think your utility bills will go down? Your service level will be affected simply because less skilled don't know what they need to. How many people do you think are around that have working knowledge of all hydrant parts and how to tell which type they go to? Yep, there's more than one type of hydrant. There are around 100 parts and pieces to a fire hydrant to make it work properly. Many places that have private hydrants will pay AWW to do the maintenance on them. Why? Because they know that we know what we're doing and what to look for. When it comes to water treatment, fire hydrants, or getting the human waste out of your house, do you really want to pay the same price for less experienced employees? The idea of losing longevity pay, as others have stated, opens up not only AWW, but many city jobs to become a training ground. Why pay for schooling when you can get paid to learn a marketable trade or skill, gain valuable work experience, and then move on to a city that can offer you much more compensation? When all the old timers are gone, who's going to be here to teach all the new hires how our infrastructure works? Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me this time to speak tonight. My name is Margaret Timmerman. Timmerman. I have worked for the municipality of Anchorage in the Parks and Recreation Division for 15 and a half years. I'm a proud member of AMEA. I have lived in Anchorage since November 1979. I have owned a home in West Anchorage since 1994. In my current position, I coordinate a variety of programs, including the Bonnie Sosa Tuesday Night Race Series, outdoor programs for youth and adults, outreach programs for underserved youth, solicit volunteers, market the programs, raise funds, and other duties as assigned, which currently includes cleaning the facility where I work. I have the privilege of working with all segments of the Anchorage population. When you work in recreation, you do what needs to be done. It is a privilege to serve this community. I am opposed to AO 37 for many reasons. My coworkers have spoken about these matters earnestly in previous hearings. I will address outsourcing and staff training. During the Wirch administration, the chalet and golf course at Russian Jack Springs was run by a private company. Public hours were cut. The building became run down. The private company said that they weren't making a profit and gave the facility back to the city. The city had to spend thousands of dollars to repair damages. Think of the costs of this situation multiplied over the number of facilities selected to be outsourced. The Recreation Division has been hit hard with budget cuts during this administration. The majority of our frontline staff is now seasonal. The employees are very hardworking, but view the job as a temporary position until they find employment with benefits and a better schedule. The turnover rate has increased. My supervisor is constantly involved in hiring, training, and the termination processes. Human resources workload has also increased due to seasonal staffing. Multiply this situation by the number of employees scheduled to be transferred to seasonal positions. I'd like you all to think of the true costs involved, the loss of productivity, and the services to the public. When the Sullivan administration began, staffing studies were done in a variety of departments. We rarely heard the results of those studies. Did the study result in a different answer than what the administration wanted? AMEA has also asked for the costs of the Kronos timing system, and to date, I have not heard an answer. The Anchorage community has said that it is a priority to maintain what we have. It is a privilege to be a public servant of this community. I would like to remind the Assembly and the Mayor that we are all public servants.
Margaret,
You have
I
been
need you to
hired.
conclude.
I have 2 sentences left, Mr. Hall. May I continue?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. You have been hired to represent and do what is best for the entire community. Put the political agenda aside that this ordinance represents. Take time to consider the impacts of a hastily written backroom agreement and what it would mean to the entire community. This issue is as big as Title 21. Please vote no on Ordinance 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Just a moment, Margaret. Mr. Horniman.
2 real quick points, Margaret. One is Ms. Gray Jackson and myself, Mr. Trainee, we were asking for some input and an audit, if you will, where we're at with Kronos SAP, so we'll hopefully have that shortcoming. Secondly, I did read the efficiency study, and I recognize that we have more park per acreage per employee than most any city our size, and I'm concerned about where we're going to keep up with, how we're going to keep up with our maintaining what we have. And so I thank you for your information. Thanks for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Good evening.
Good evening, Chair Hall and Mayor Sullivan, Assembly members. My name is Soren Worth. I'm a school teacher here in Anchorage at Diamond High School. I think any teacher saw from that exchange with the erudite attorney a few minutes ago that what's quite obvious is that you have not done your homework. And I think you need to spend some time really looking at the ramifications of this proposed ordinance. History, Martin Luther King said, is a great teacher. Everyone knows the labor movement did not diminish the strength of the nation, but enlarged it. By raising the living standards of millions, labor miraculously created a market for industry and lifted the whole nation to undreamed of levels of production. Those who attack labor forget these simple truths, but history remembers them. History remembers the lives sacrificed for a decent wage, safer working conditions, job security, and a pension. History remembers mine workers clashing with soldiers in the Great Railroad Strike. History remembers children forced to work in coal mines to feed their families. History remembers the death rate for workers. 36 of 100 died by the time they were 25 years old. But we fought for workers' rights and we toiled on. History remembers the shuttered locked doors that met women working, some as young as 14, trying to escape a fire that engulfed the Triangle Shirtwaist Factory, women workers throwing themselves from windows to escape the blaze. History remembers Ludlow, Colorado, when militia attacked striking mine workers camped on public land after being evicted from company housing, burning to death women and children huddled in tents. History remembers Bloody Sunday in Everett, Washington, the Bisbee deportation in Arizona, and the Anaconda Road massacre. Workers fought and died for the labor rights we have today. And let's not forget the men and women who built Alaska were union strong. Unions are immortalized in song. It is we who built the pipeline, built the cities where they trade, dug the mines and built the workshop, endless miles of railroad laid. Now we stand accused before you midst the wonders we have made, but the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever, solidarity forever, solidarity forever, for the union makes us strong. History will remember this ordinance, the day you vote, as a day, if you reject it, when union workers in Anchorage cheered. Or that day will be remembered as a day union workers began a fight in Alaska that led to marches, sit-ins, boycotts, recalls, strikes, arrests, and ultimately a union resurgence no state has yet seen. That day when labor vowed to become a force more mobilized, more active, more focused than all history has seen. Let's use this opportunity to organize more in the workplace. Let's get fired up. Which side are you on?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Buzz Kelly, B-U-Z-Z-K-E-L-L-E-Y. I'm a proud member of the operating engineers, Local 302, and have been for over 10 years. It's been good to me. AO 37 will eventually result in pay cuts for all city and state workers. If AO 37 is allowed to pass, then every time there's a budget crisis, the dedicated men and women who serve this great city will be forced to give up yet another free society right. As that trend continues to spiral downward to minimum wage, the city may find itself in the unenviable position of running a minimum wage training program. Here's some of the things that will go with that. High employee turnover, increased administrative costs, increased confusion, decreased mission proficiency, accidents, and lawsuits. It would seem logical that the city of Anchorage would want to attract and keep good people, not chase them off. So please do the right thing and hit the delete button on AO 37. And thank you to all of you for your service. We know at times it's a thankless job. Thank you.
Thank you, Buzz. Good evening.
Good evening, sir. My name is Bernard Richert, R-I-C-H-E-R-T, and I'm appearing here before the Anchorage Assembly on behalf of myself as a citizen, taxpayer, and voter. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you. Everyone tends to agree that some kind of balance is needed between public and private, environment and development, management and labor. The problem is, where do you draw that line for a fair balance? The municipality has long been held in high regard for its talented and dedicated workforce. Why attack a process that is working well? By removing the ultimate tactic of strike and putting the final decision in the hands of management instead of binding arbitration, there is no balance. This administration has gone past the tipping point. Management is stacking the rules and weight at one end of a balance beam. When the teeter-totter is stacked at one end, there is no balance or fairness. It seems as though the playground bully has jumped on his end of the teeter-totter, throwing his partner's labor up into the air with nothing to hang on to. There is now underway a blatant effort to take away quickly what has long been considered fairness in labor practices within the municipality. The Assembly and administration need to bring back a deliberative, fair, and honorable public process which reflects integrity and judgment. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. It looks a lot different from up here than it does sitting back in the spectator's chair. Jill, could you help me? I have some material for you here.
Just give them to the clerk. We'll pass them down.
I will give you something to do and look through while I'm speaking, because I'll take you through it page by page. My name is Pam Ronning. I was born in Anchorage. My father was born in Cordova, and my grandmother was born in Kodiak. So I'm here for the long haul. I've worked for the city for almost 20 years. I'm in my 19th year now. I have a BS in civil engineering from the University of Alaska. I worked first for building safety as a structural plan review engineer, and now I'm with private development. I have a vote of no confidence for the administration to develop a program for managed competition in light of the past performance with Kronos, SAP, and Hansen Computer Systems, vetted and instituted by the administration under the auspices of Assemblywoman Frascas and Mayor Sullivan. I have some speaking points that I would like you to consider prior to voting for this ordinance. The definition is not clear. I believe that the administration needs to develop a program well-defined and present it to you for your consideration prior to going ahead. I will take you through the handouts that I have for you. The first one is when I attended the first Kronos seminar back in March of 2012. In August of 2012, they determined I bill developers. We have people that bill grants. The system was not allowed to do that, did not allow us to do that. So in August, we had another meeting. Then I have a page that shows 2 weeks ago, I still could not get the system to work. I drew up a flow chart. I submitted to payroll. Payroll said, that looks like it will work. The next page is an incident report dated February 15th, 2013. At the bottom, the payroll clerk has noted that I was filling my time card out correctly. However, it wasn't reflected on the top of the time card, causing me to bill 1 hour to a project, fill out another activity form, billing the remainder of the day, the 7 hours, to private development. The developer was getting charged for the whole 8 hours. My next sheet shows you the cost of the Kronos system, which is $1.1 million. I was visiting my father for Christmas in Thousand Oaks, California, and I came across this article. State officials say new payroll system in chaos. They paid $371 million for the SAP system, which still does not work. It appears that it does not work because there are so many bargaining units. If the system was not tailored to deal with the bargaining units, then why are we to trust the administration to continue on with defining the managed competition? A few points. The definition is not clear. The method to evaluate departments and or services which manage competition can be successfully applied. The method to evaluate proposals for service. Third part, the evaluation?
Pam, I need you to conclude, and Ms. Frasca has a question for you.
Okay. A main question that I have on this is, what happens when a contract is let, the vendor sees that there are overruns? Will he then be allowed to put in a change order to receive more money? And at that point, does it go back to bargaining unit so that they may bid on the job as well? I hope that you will not vote this in. It's not defined. Thank you.
Ms. Frasca.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I appreciate, it may be that all of us budget types who deal with numbers look alike, but I was not in charge of the SAP nor Kronos projects. That was the chief fiscal officer.
I
just wanted to
apologize for
clarify.
that. But I hope that I've heard from the Assembly that those are going to be reconsidered, that they will be looked into, and we can get them operating correctly. Please.
Mr. Trainee?
You know, we had something called PeopleSoft in this town that didn't work, and I thought it couldn't get any worse. Then they gave us Kronos.
In introducing a system like that, I think it's really hard for all the payroll people to know every intricate little thing that each department does. Like, I charge to a developer. We have people that charge to grants. We have people that charge to different functions they do within their jobs.
I think we've just got different versions of Kronos, because I talked to Jim Posey. He says it works fine for him. He doesn't know what the rest of the city bought. But he says his system of Kronos works, so maybe we should have administration talk to Posey with ML&P and see if they can get the same system.
I just know that I have talked to other people that charge to grants, and they've just given up charging to those grants. Now they charge everything to overhead, and that's just going to be a mess when you try to sort that out.
Mr. Horniman?
Thank you.
How much, Ms. Ronnie, how
Yes.
much of your day typically is spent with Kronos SAP just trying to get your time straightened out compared to what it was before this?
Well, I don't use SAP yet, but I would say on a Monday morning about 3 hours to make sure everything is correct, and then there's the time that my supervisor has to spend on it if it is not correct.
What did you do beforehand? How long did it take you beforehand?
Well, I still do my paper time card as well, because I have an Access database, so I'm doing like 3 time cards almost. It takes maybe a half an hour.
So beforehand
For
it was
entry.
taking half an hour, now it's taking about 2 hours extra? Thank you.
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Chairman. My name is Jeffrey Humphreys. That is GeoFFREYHUMPHREYS. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My remarks today are quite technical. If there's any part which is not understood by the body, Chairman, please feel free to interrupt and I will attempt to clarify. Let me begin by saying that there is no perfect method for measuring inflation. Economists have developed 2 types of price indexes that represent upper and lower bounds on inflation: the less pay race and the Pashi price indexes. The difference between the 2 lies in how the index numbers are calculated from consumption quantities. The numbers are fixed ab initio in a less pay race index and calculated post facto from final consumption quantities in a Pashi index. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics calculates Alaska's CPIU using a mixed methodology that combines several known formulas with state-level data and subjective judgments made by expert economists. The CPIU generally comes in higher in the PCE deflator, a national measure of inflation based on a so-called ideal price index, and it generally comes in lower than a Las Vegas index. All these statistics generally come in higher than the Pashi index. It should be understood that in a non-deflationary environment, a Las Vegas index based on the index numbers for the CPIU from 5 years previous with the current year's prices represent a firm upper limit on inflation in the cost of living in the aggregate for the most recent 5 years. One might even go so far as to suggest that in an inflationary environment, under no circumstances should an adjustment to average wages over a 5-year period exceed that figure suggested by a Las Vegas index, except when the area on the lower left quadrant below the Lorenz curve for annual income of union employees increases and other necessary factors are met. There is not one individual in Alaska for whom the CPIU perfectly describes the change in his or her cost of living. That stated, the CPIU is the best tool made available by the federal government for the purpose of estimating changes in the cost of living for Alaskans. Allowing the Assembly a little flexibility in applying the CPIU is sounded reasonable. It should be understood that it would be unusual for the Assembly to be required to make an adjustment to average wages, including benefits, in excess of a smooth statistic that is consistent with the CPIU. I was a little disappointed to hear the Assembly has seriously considered retaining arbitration in wage negotiations. As our politically elected representatives,
There's no body capable of doing a better job of making the final decisions on wage levels for municipal workers than the Assembly. Seeing that the Assembly may be required to attend to other matters, it is reasonable to suppose that an appointed board approved by the Assembly would be almost equal to the task, and it could relieve the Assembly of much of the burden associated with collective bargaining proceedings. I'm concerned that excessive haste has already harmed the process in the approval of this ordinance, so that the Assembly may be required to revisit these matters in the not-so-distant future. In closing, I would like to say this. Many of the individuals whom you have heard speak do so from simple self-interest. Some speak to uphold a partisan ideal. Many speak based on what they believe is right. Hundreds of thousands more tax-paying individuals beyond these halls have not spoken at all. Chairman, if you remember nothing else that I've said today, you would do well to remember this. It is a general principle in politics, war, legal and social maneuverings that when on the offense, it is best to move quickly. Almost without exception, time is on the side of the defender. Chairman, are you attacking the unions or defending wage earners and taxpayers? It is up to you, Chairman, to weigh the views of those you represent in the final crafting of this ordinance. Are you worthy of this task? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Assembly members. I'm Bob Weaver, W-E-A-V-E-R. I'm not an employee of the municipality of Anchorage. I don't have anything personally to gain from being here or from anything you do with this particular ordinance. I do have some concerns. I've worked in the field of human resources management for over 40 years. I've negotiated labor contracts with multiple public agencies. Almost all my career has been involved in the public sector. I even sat across the table from Will Aitchison. And you know, it didn't matter whether he was an attorney or he had 20 more years of experience than I had. The rules that we were negotiating under were static. They were the same. They applied evenly to him as they did to me. My concern is that the changes, we had a level playing field. And my concern is that the changes that you're thinking about now or that are before you today will tilt the playing field in favor of the municipality. And in negotiations, we just simply say that ain't fair. That tilt can also send the wrong message to the voters and the citizens of Anchorage. Because if you'll do that to your employees, the people you depend upon to get your job done, will you do that to your citizens as well? The municipality has contracts. You see the word all over the place in 3.070. Contracts. Well, yeah, they're called contracts. The proper term is collective bargaining agreement, and the key word to that is agreement. That means that both sides, the municipality and labor, whatever union it is, doesn't matter, have agreed to the terms and conditions that are included in that document. And that includes the mayor's office and the assembly. When you start negotiating a contract, everything is ground zero. Nothing is on the table. You have to look at the objects in the contract. You have to look at the terms in the contract. And one of the first things that we do is identify those terms that neither side wants to change. And we reach a tentative agreement. That means we've agreed that that language will stay unchanged. We sign off on it, and it doesn't come back onto the table again because it's good language. Everything else is open for discussion, and both sides will place their position before each other. You talk about it. You put your positions up, they put their positions up, and you talk about it. And sometimes you change, and sometimes you don't, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with taking a position that you don't want to do something and maintaining that through all of negotiations. There is absolutely nothing that says you must start. Am I about done?
Just conclude, please.
Okay. You start at each end and meet in the middle? No, you don't. There are provisions in this ordinance that are contradictory. In just 3.07090C and .100 both say that one of them says that negotiations will start not less than 120 days before the expiration of the contract, and the other one says if you aren't done negotiating within 120 days at the expiration of the contract, to go to mediation. That's kind of confusing.
Okay.
I think that can be fixed.
Bob, I've got two questions for you, Mr. Horniman.
Sir.
Mr. Weaver, thank you for your information. Did you negotiate on behalf of the municipality at any time in your career?
You're not nice. Yes, I did.
Okay. Well, I'm intrigued because you say, you know, under the current 3.70, probably since the late 80s, that it's been a level playing field and it's fair. Now, there's no argument. I think Mr. Earnhardt, last public work session we had last week, had made it clear that, you know, unless the change of the will of the body, this current 3.70 in the S version tilts to management, tilts to the MOA more advantages. That was clear what he was saying. I don't have a problem with negotiating tough, but I guess from your perspective, you're saying that it wasn't broken, that this 3.70 that you worked with.
I did. I worked with that ordinance. I was the chief negotiator for your last AMEA contract. And some of you don't like that contract, and frankly, there's a lot of provision there that I didn't like either. But there were reasons that I won't go into today that negotiations were put on a fast track to be completed.
Is it better to have more options when you're negotiating as opposed to less?
I think so. It gives you more places you can talk, more opportunities to find a middle ground. You know, there's part of the things in negotiations where you may put something on the table, and we don't want to do that. But if you're willing to give something else up, then we can consider letting you have what you want. And in negotiations, we would say that you bought and paid for that new language because you gave something to get it. It wasn't simply the municipality giving something away. The labor only has the power that you give to it anyhow.
Mr. Trainee?
You know, it seems like we've reached negotiations with the unions over the years. We build on that precedent. It seems like this is just throwing everything out and saying, well, we appreciate agreements we've made with organized labor in the past. We're not going to do that anymore. We're now going to mandate what they can and cannot do with this ordinance. But I'm concerned about managed competition. Have you looked at that section in here?
I did.
It says they won't even come back to us for 180 days after we approve this to tell us what that means.
I didn't like that when I read the ordinance that I found online yesterday. One of the things about managed competition, that's kind of like contracting out. You know, the municipality has services.
They don't like that word, but agree.
You'll find that in your contracts, your agreements. But you have language, and let me reference the AMEA contract language. That provides that the municipality can contract work out. But what it says is that the municipality will present the numbers and the figures to the union, gives the union an opportunity to find a better way and to show the municipality how they can do it for less money. And then, of course, someplace along the line, some past administration agreed that if any employee loses their job, is laid off, doesn't necessarily lose their job. The job can go away, but if the employee loses employment, then there's a severance package that goes with that.
Thank you for your service.
Mr. Trombley?
Sir.
And we've heard a lot of talk about managed competition, and that's poorly defined, that there isn't a definite program to follow. You did negotiate the AMEA contract, and you allowed for managed competition. Was there a process that you agreed to as far as we'll follow steps A, B, C, and D, or did you just simply put that in there? Is there a plan that you have that you could share with me that you agreed to with the administration at the time that you allowed that to be put in there?
That language is, as I recall, the same language that was in there. That doesn't mean that we signed off on it on day one. That was one of the last items that...
But it was signed off on. So
yes.
that's my thing, is that if there's a plan in place, then that would help me and say, okay, we do have clarity for a managed competition program.
Let me explain why that was finally signed off on. Negotiations were in mediation. We were near the end of, I suspect, October, first part of November, and I was told to close the contract, pull everything off the table, and get it done. That was one of the provisions
So you were
that,
forced into agreeing to the contract without understanding all the terms of what everything meant?
oh, I knew what it meant.
Did the administration at the time tell you to do that? I mean, what?
Yes, sir.
So the Vegas administration at the time told you to do that?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's all right. Thanks.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I just want to take some time to thank you for your dedication and time while we give you your testimonies. My name is Christian Martin. I've been a resident of Anchorage, Alaska since the birth of the PFD. I am a graduate of Bartlett High School. I'm a veteran with the United States Coast Guard. I am a graduate from UAA, and I am an apprentice with the IBEW Local 1547. I am also a husband and father. Like my IBEW brother said earlier, before unions were formed, 1 out of 2 linemen would not come back home to their families due to work-related death. My great-grandfather, a journeyman with the IBEW. If the unions were not in place in his time, my great-grandfather would not have to come home every night due to the lack of concern for the working man and woman and the demand for a faster, unsafe work output. My fear is that 37 will cause workers to forget about their safety because they are trying to stay within budget because of this dangerous problem. Please do not trade safety standards for the possibility of extra funds. On a separate note, we the people are speaking for or against, and we request your undivided attention. And it does get somewhat frustrating when I see some people up here appearing not to care what we say because of cell phones, your laps, or your computers require more attention. And to the no-name voice that spoke Wednesday night, our city is a paradise compared to Denver because our system works. Vote against 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Assembly members, Mayor, my name is Rod Dunbar Jr., D-U-N-B-A-R, Alaska raised. I have been a proud member of Local 302 and a proud employee of Street Maintenance Division for a little over 8 years. It is a place where I call home, and I don't think I could ask for a better place to work, nor a better group of people who I call family members to work with. It may be dysfunctional, but nevertheless, it's family. I'm here to ask you to vote no on 37 because it will hurt and destroy lives of my brothers and sisters and myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, have you spoken on this topic already?
No, sir, I've not. I've been
Okay.
waiting in line for, from previous evenings. No, sir. Perhaps I resemble someone else who's vertically
Please proceed.
challenged. Of course. My name is Sarah Pullen. I'm a nurse with the Department of Health and Human Services. I've worked for the Media of Anchorage now for less than 2 years. Prior to that time, I was an employee with the federal government here in Alaska for 25 years. I came tonight to speak against AL 37. I feel that it's a one-sided and biased and unfair proposition that's been put forth by the administration. I feel that I can also speak as a community person who has served on our community council, dealt with Mrs. Osiander and Mr. Starr in the past, and I've also sat in on the helping to write the Chapter 10 of Title 21 from our community. much time and effort and input from all of the folks in our local area were, dedicated to that purpose, much more than has been put forth here, and it definitely was not rushed. So, and I'd also like to speak as a private citizen who has had the pleasure and blessing of having municipal employees as neighbors in our area for 20 years. They have always helped out their neighbors. They have been professional and educated and a pleasure to deal with. I've also dealt with municipal employees at our community council level. I've also found them to be dedicated, educated, and to take time to explain, local information to us also too. I'd like to speak also as a former federal employee who has dealt with outsourcing or contracting, whatever you choose to call it. Briefly, it does not work. It only works and benefits the agency or the individuals who are providing the contract or outsourced employees. In my particular case, it took a great deal of time continually to train these employees. There was always a constant turnover. They were not held to the same standard and human resources rules or employment rules as we as federal employees were. And lastly, I would like to encourage you all to please vote against this ordinance. If speaking on a personal level and with no disrespect to the individuals who drafted this, if I had spent my hard-earned money on it, and if it was something that had this many holes in it, this much ambiguous language, and essentially did no good for the public, I would demand my money back, and I would also ask for, and I would charge them a penalty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sarah. Good evening.
Good evening. I think you all know me here, but for those who don't, my name is Phyllis Spencer-Bells, and my daughter is a dependent of Local 302. And she actually has a higher standard of living because, it pays well. And she wouldn't have a private school at all if he didn't make any money because, I don't get that much myself, especially not volunteering. When my ex-husband joined street maintenance, I was with him, and I was flabbergasted at the fact that him with his high school diploma might be able to retire at $80,000 to $90,000 per year until the day he dies with nothing but a Class A CDL. And since he got employed with the Muni, he's owned multiple income properties, and like I said, private schooling, businesses, all kinds of things that most people just cannot afford that are Alaskan. I, on the other hand, have been a volunteer for the police department, the Girl Scouts, and a lot of other social services agencies within the city, state, and nation. The only reason why I'm here tonight for this is for my daughter, because I own the most lucrative Native corporation in the state of Alaska, and we would make even more money private contracting every one of these jobs. On the other hand, the police department is better off being contracted out to the state troopers because they actually respect and hire Alaska Natives. When I volunteered for the APD, I was in the Citizens Academy, the search team, and community patrol. I learned more than most real quick for free. I started something called Native News, and suddenly I was told I couldn't volunteer anymore. I was thrown into API. I was thrown into jail. I have been slandered and dandered more than anybody I've ever seen, ever. The municipality can definitely afford for free troopers, especially since they get so much off their cable TV show. My RO wouldn't have to pay a dime standing next to what they get. And yeah, if you can't hire natives at the police department or even respect the fact that somebody might want to investigate some of their crimes that aren't really all that and then some. It's just not right. I don't know what the police department's hiding with native issues, but if they don't stop, the whole state is going to be embarrassed via international news, because that's what I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dwayne Moran. That's M-O-R-A-N. I've been a resident of Anchorage for over 3 decades, and I really appreciate the opportunity to listen to the debate. I've listened to most of the testimony, and it certainly adds a lot that you wouldn't see by having, the emails back and forth. So it's a very important part of the public process, to having people here. And two of the things I really got as main themes for listening to everyone was that there's positions within the municipality they can't fill. They can't find the qualified applicants out there. So I said, oh, that's a fact, right? So I looked on the Munis, webpage for positions. As of March 8th, there was 41 positions open to the public. 6 are seasonal or part-time, and 24 of the positions were continuous. So if we take out, that seasonal or part-time work, you're talking about 18 out of 35 full-time positions are continuous. That to me is indicating you can't find the qualified applicants. So that's where the Responsible Labor Act, if you can't find the people now, how is this helping to fill the positions that are currently open? I'm having a hard time getting my hands around that. The other part, too, was on seniority, that people talked about why it was important to them. And one of the, I think it was the fireman, said during the testimony, seniority stinks until you have some. But once you get that, there's a lot of transparency of how you do the vacations, the scheduling, the shift work, that it's a fair process. And other people testified where they'd worked where it was not the case. It was not nearly as good. It was a detriment to morale for the employees. So I thought that was 2 very important things that I got from that. And I'm having a hard time seeing where that Responsible Labor Act helps. And I did see the memorandum from the municipal manager saying that is the intent. The current administration to leave it as is. But that's only for 2 years. That's going to change. And I, too, have good intentions every December 31st of how I'm going to live my life the next year. I don't always work real well with my own collective bargaining. I can find good excuses to not do something, not to eat right, not to exercise. So intentions are good, but it needs to be in writing, a little bit more enforceable. And one final thing is that, and we talked about outsourcing, and look, having been in the community for a while, is that it was on March 12, 1996, when there was kind of an outsourcing effort. It was called Photo Radar. And that did not really do as advertised or implemented. So it only lasted a year out of the 3 lawsuits. So as I say, you have to be very cautious when making new changes because the results will not always be as you anticipate. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Sir, I know you've testified.
Oh, well, Mr. Chairman, that's a common mistake people make. My evil twin, the last time testified in...
Not going to work, Elston. Thank you for taking the time to stand in line, but no.
Mr. Chairman, since we have an S version, are you not allowing people to talk on it?
There is no S version introduced at this time, Mr. Honeman. And even if it was on the same topic, and Mr. Traney himself has a ruling that there is no testimony on an S version. So, Mr. Elston, sorry, bud. Good try.
It's Mr. Lawson, you're confusing me with my evil twin.
Sir, you're taking up somebody else's time, but thanks for the effort.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Serena Warner. I am not a city employee or a union member, but my husband is. I'm an employee that's a little obsessive compulsive when it comes to my job. I take pride in my work, and my goal is to make my employer's life easier and as profitable as possible. I have been married to my husband for 27 years, and I can tell you that he has the same passions and work ethic that I do. He has worked his way up through many jobs at the power plant, now in dispatch. He's been there 28 years. He knows from the ground up how the plant operates and what is needed to keep it running and make it a profitable business. My employers appreciate me and would not want to endanger the relationship I have with the business. If you knew exactly what my husband has done and continues to do for you, you may feel the same. I previously worked for an employer who thought they could get someone less expensive to do my job. I was the one who saved them money and brought money into the business. Within 6 months of outsourcing my job, they had to close the business and were sued for unpaid contracts. I don't know if any of you have been hands-on with businesses lately as far as hiring and firing employees, but I have. A large part of the available workforce, from what I have seen, is very limited in common sense and a bit intellectually challenged. Sometimes it's difficult to find someone who is qualified to answer phones. It makes you appreciate the skilled veterans that you do have. I also completed the Citizens Police Academy and I'm a member of the APD alumni who volunteer to help with community events and trainings for APD. I have done 2 ride-alongs and have seen firsthand the disrespect and abuse that our officers put up with in the course of doing their jobs. I can't say I am enamored with every aspect of APD, but I do respect them and appreciate the dangerous work they do. Ted Smith, for example, was one of the good guys, and it is a shame he is gone. I would like to conclude with an observation from last week. I didn't appreciate the reprimand and expression of lost respect from Mr. Hall last Tuesday because one member was out of control and had to be convinced to leave. Later in the evening, there was a staunch supporter of AL 37 removed forcibly from this room as well. Even though there have been a few outbursts fueled by hurt feelings, we have been very professional and respectful to this body, even though we feel completely attacked by this ordinance. In large groups, there will always be people who embarrass the respectful people who are just trying to make their case, and there isn't much you can do about that. It shouldn't reflect on the rest of us. I oppose AL 37.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Linda McLaren, McLarrin. I've lived in Alaska for 44 years, and I work for the Department of Health and Human Services. I often think that we work for the invisible department because you don't think about needing us until you do. We do such things as food safety and sanitation, air quality, homelessness, disease prevention and control, child care licensing, senior services, interpersonal violence, the cemetery, animal control, and Anchorage Safety Center and Patrol. And not only that, we train as first responders in the event of a disaster. My concern of this ordinance is the plan to fully implement a planned competition plan, a managed competition program. Because frankly, I'm afraid. I'm afraid that it corporatizes city services and merely changes who gets the money without saving money or improving services. I am afraid that it will dismantle the infrastructure that has been put in place so that when this experiment is unworkable, it will be difficult and costly to put back. I am afraid that due consideration is not being taken to ensure the citizens of Anchorage are protected. And I am concerned that if there are other ordinances that need to be changed, such as Title VII, to make this work, that those too will be rushed through. So basically, I'm opposed to AO 37. However, if you will not reconsider your approval of that, because I do think that that's the way this is going, that you will at least give due consideration to the concerns of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Paul Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Assembly. I'm an Anchorage taxpayer since the 1970s, and I do not belong to a union. I enjoy the benefits of living in a unique city. Anchorage offers a quality of life unmatched with great public services. Our water and electric companies are nationally ranked. ML&P provides the lowest cost service in the state with reliability, and each year it returns $9 million to the city. If it isn't broke, don't fix it. The Anchorage taxpayers who have testified so far have been very beneficial to the Anchorage workers who have testified have been very beneficial to the Anchorage taxpayers to understand what we're receiving. The city works, and it works right. As a city taxpayer, I see my tax as a privilege, a bargain, a buy-in to be a part of this community. I don't pay sales tax. I haven't paid a state income tax since 1980. The state pays me to live here. What's not to like? It's a bargain. I enjoy the best park system in the nation, a good library, and our children graduated at schools and have succeeded. It's all because we are a community that shares its success. AO 37 is a vote of no confidence in Anchorage. It tells our community we don't trust our workers, we don't trust our elected officials to collectively bargain. It removes good faith from bargaining. It imposes a no-strike provision when we haven't seen a strike in over 20 years. Current law gives the City Assembly the last say in any contract negotiation. So why do we need a change? It's simple to say AO 37 makes bargaining simpler. Yes, if you remove bargaining in good faith, it is simple. AO 37 imposes a one-size-fits-all solution. It sets a maximum on benefits. It eliminates arbitration. It establishes a thing called managed competition. Current law has each contract negotiated separately. It wisely recognizes that each unit has different issues. AO 37 lumps units together and sets sideboards on major issues. AO 37 gives management position of take it or leave it, with no ability of the worker to communicate their concerns. AO 37 prevents future management from negotiating. Rushing AO 37 is bad policy. It's a solution seeking a problem. It gives the appearance of a rushed partisan change in the law to take advantage of a temporary assembly appointment. In recent national elections, we saw an effort to game the voting system. It failed. Democracy is not two wolves and a lamb voting on a menu. The past 20 years show our workers made substantial contract concessions. This hurried effort to change a good law with a poorly drafted law is bad for Anchorage. It shows a lack of trust in Anchorage voters and its workers to make reasoned, informed, and good faith decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. My name is Paul Swetzoff. Before I speak, I'd like to ask for just a little bit of time. I spoke to Ms. Johnston. She asked that I mention this to you guys, so don't take it from my time. When we came here, I've been here, this is my third night here. When I first wanted to sign up, I was told I had to go outside and speak and get a number from the table. I got a pro-union badge that gave me a number, and I've been waiting for 3 days. A fellow behind me wanted to speak, had a hard time. I went out there and said, why don't you give this guy a number? And he's, turns out that we could have stood in line because they call us a member of the public because we support 37. End result is I've never seen ever before a process like this where an advocacy group is handing out the numbers and you think you have to wait here for 3 days in order to speak. And that's not, I'm not trying to be offensive to the unions or anything because I appreciate everybody that's here. They're all members of the public and since certainly I respect their right to speak and encourage it. What I wanted to say now was that, first of all, as I said, I support 37. I'm not going to speak to specifics. I'm going to go, generally speaking, what you're doing, I support. I think that I'm speaking, all these folks are speaking to protect their turf. I'm speaking to protect the turf of all of the voters, all the other voters and all the other property owners who in fact agree with you. I want to point out, and I'm trying to give you guys political cover here because I know you feel a little overwhelmed, that our mayor was elected twice. From all indications, he's a pretty popular guy in this town. We voted for, calm down. We voted for change. We voted from change from what we've had, and we voted pretty decisively. Change is what a lot of us in this community want. I want to point out 3 cities to you. I want to point out, which I'm sure many of you folks know: Sandy Springs, Georgia; Centennial, Colorado; and Indianapolis, Indiana. These in Sandy Springs they've been in this process about 8 years. They have a private contractor, CH2M Hill, running most things in the city. It is extremely popular. Their mayor, by the way, who initiated this whole thing, was just reelected by an 84% plurality. She won big. And the taxpayers are happy. Property taxes stayed lower, which is another one of my concerns. I've been living here for 28. I've owned my house for 26 years here in town. Been living in Alaska for 35 years. And you'll find, in all of those cities, the taxpayers appear to be very happy. Property taxes reduced. And no, the world did not fall apart. It is being run very well. I have a lot of respect for these folks that do work. They do work. I mean, I do. I used to be a municipal employee. I used to be a state employee. I was exempt most of the time, but I was a union member for a while, and I belong to the IBU. The other thing I wanted to say was that you can't, some of you guys who are seasoned know, who have been up here, you guys know that a lot of different groups have come in and packed the assembly chambers, and that's great. They want to speak their mind, and they organize, and they do this stuff, and that's fantastic. But I'm going to use as an example Elmore Road. You may remember Elmore Road, a constant series of hearings where people said, this is controversial, this is terrible, and the assembly chambers was packed with people who were opposed to it. We put it to a vote, which I wouldn't object to putting this to a vote either. We put it to a vote, and 74%, I think it was, of the people in this town voted for it. And so what I want to say in summary is simply that I support the concept of what you're doing. I absolutely don't believe that public employees have a right to strike. I think that we do have the final say because we're the ones that pay public employees. Private, I'm not talking about private companies. I'm not talking, whatever a private company and a union work out, that's wonderful. That's great. That's between none of my business. But I support what you're doing. I support 37, and I support the work that all these folks do because they're good folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bill Chapman. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, resident of Eagle River, and a taxpayer since about, I don't know, when I get back here, about 95.
Sir, can I get you to say your name again? I'm sorry to get it.
Bill Chapman, sir.
Bill Chapman?
That's right, yeah. My comments really are similar to the man I just, I'm following. I support the proposition in general, though, like perhaps some, maybe the labor lawyer who spoke earlier made me think that maybe a couple legacy systems, such as, need to be double-checked to avoid things like drastic changes to accrued leave, things that workers have accumulated over the years, and things like that. There shouldn't be drastic changes, that kind of thing. But what I really came here to talk about was more narrow than this ordinance, proposed ordinance, and that's binding arbitration. I think that overall, as a matter of principle, if representative government is going to mean anything, representatives, must have the final say in government, in this case municipal matters. This is the only way that they can be held properly accountable to the voters. And this is the way a representative government is supposed to work. Binding arbitration removes the ultimate responsibility for public labor expenditures from elected representatives and places it in the hands of unelected and unaccountable arbitrators who in many cases are even prohibited from considering a city's financial condition or its ability to meet newly imposed commitments. So it seems to me clear enough that representative government and binding arbitration are logically incompatible. They should also be made legally incompatible. And in that sense, I support this ordinance, though I noticed that one paragraph 3-70-160, mentions that it can be brought back in the case, in individual instances, like the assembly and a bargaining unit can agree to go to binding arbitration. I am strongly opposed to that because you basically, I think that's an abdication of responsibility, ultimately, on either side, and both sides, if they agree to it, and which they would have to do, obviously. And it's a means of delaying, or excuse me, avoiding being held accountable by the voters for your decisions, as they expect. They expect to be able to hold you accountable, make the hard decisions. So, in my opinion, we can't let Alaska become California. Arbitration is okay, but the Assembly must make the final decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Horniman has a question.
Mr. Chairman, were you able to finish your thoughts? I know you had a couple pages.
Oh, yeah, well enough.
And I guess the only concern I would have is, of the 11 of us up here, I mean, you've heard a guy speaking about 40 years of HR experience negotiating, and another attorney, I think he said 37 or 40 years, something like that. I don't know if any of us collectively have that amount of knowledge on negotiating, so we have to trust and rely that both parties are going to get together and negotiate fairly.
Well, on the contrary, I think we've got to start at base principles. And if representative government is where you're coming from, where you want elected representatives to be accountable to their constituents, then you shouldn't be giving everything to the lawyers to figure out. I'm not suggesting that you can get lost or avoid legalese at times. I'm not suggesting that at all. But I am suggesting that you need to understand the principles on which your system is based.
The principles are fine. I follow what's in the law, and I think that's what's concerning me. But, for instance, I don't approve and plan building sections or building code or the health department for food inspections. I don't do that. I mean, we rely on professionals to do all those things.
Well, I understand that. And for that reason, I don't oppose arbitration as a means to get an external, hopefully disinterested party to get the parties together and make them give some ground. I think that's perfectly reasonable. But when the decisions of those arbitrators are binding on the taxpayers of the municipality, that's just plain wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appears to be no other questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Not really, ma'am. A good evening would be home with my family eating dinner. My name's Don Hunley, Hunley, and I'm here because I feel a little compelled to just talk about the subject. I'm going to get a little specific. I'm a 21-year veteran of the Air Force and a 13-year veteran of the Anchorage Fire Department. So, you know what union I work for. I think we'd all agree that I've had a life of public service. Hey, getting old? I live in South Anchorage. This ordinance was purposefully rushed, even though it seems clear that it had many problems, hence the 30-plus amendments. If this was homework, if this was your kid's homework, and you gave it a grade, what would it be? Last week, it was proposed that this S version only get 2 hours of testimony. Eventually, it was agreed that the full 5 hours would be taken. What's the rush? Now, I realize that's since changed. I believe labor even agreed to forego a raise or delay a raise to give time that this thing deserves to get it done and done right. I spoke to Ms. Johnston. She's my constituent, representative, and she said she was solidly in support of binding arbitration. This S version is binding if the mayor doesn't veto it and 8 Assembly's members agree to it. If not, they wait 21 days and the city's last best is the answer. I kind of hate to waste the time, but I need to. This is page 22 of this 32-page document. It says, paragraph 10, the decision of the arbitrator for bargaining units or portions of the bargaining units shall be final and binding upon the parties only after approval by 8 votes of the Assembly. If the arbitrator's decision is not approved by the Assembly A, 21 days after delivery to the municipal clerk. B, 7 days following receipt of the municipality's financial analysis. Or C, within 21 days of mayoral veto, then the parties shall be considered at an impasse and the municipality may then implement its last best offer. This is only binding when we wait 21 days. Then it's binding. I would submit that negotiation is mostly in name only. Binding arbitration is when both sides agree to abide by the ruling of arbitration or the arbitrator. Binding arbitration is not waiting 21 days for the city's last best offer. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Hahnemann has a question for you.
Sir. First of all, thank you for your service to the country and to this community.
Sir.
You've been on both ends. In the Air Force, you weren't in any negotiating bargaining unit or anything. Of course, you work now in the municipality. Do you see a difference in your quality of life as far as being able to have schedule? Obviously, when you were with Uncle Sugar, they could send you where they wanted, when they wanted, and tell you what to wear and how to do it. What's the benefits?
It's a difference, sir. It's probably better now for my family. They know when I'm going to be and where I'm going to be. In my current job as a firefighter.
Any of the language in this proposed contract, does it cause you concern about?
Well, that lawyer guy, he can speak to you for hours about the language in this contract, okay? I'm not that guy. I have a problem with this part that I spoke to, which is we're going to wait unless we have a supermajority. 21 days later, last best offer. I don't consider that negotiation. If we deal with car dealers or house realtors or anybody with that fashion, would you consider that fair, accurate? You know what, guys? Let's just wait 21 days and then you're going to take my last best deal. I don't know. I do appreciate your guys' attention and paying attention to all this testimony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is James Bonk. I'm a proud 32-year member of Local 302. I've also been a homeowner and taxpayer of this community for 32 years. Before you, the Assembly, vote on this proposition, I'd like to ask you, who is Prop 37 going to affect? Certainly the workers whose wages are cut will be affected. But lost wages will also mean lost revenue for shop owners, movie theaters, restaurants, and all the businesses around town. I'd like to know when we went from being a democracy to a monarchy, or even worse, a dictatorship, that seems to be the direction this administration wants to go. I hope you, the Assembly, realize how poorly this proposition is written and do the right thing by voting no on Prop 37. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Yes. For the record, my name is Bill Seitz, spelled S-E-I-T-Z. Chairman Hall, members of the Assembly, and everybody else. There has been a lot of negotiating in public. On the national scene, President Obama and Speaker Boehner negotiated in public for over 2 months on the Bush tax cuts expiring. And they didn't get much done. But when Vice President Biden and Mitch McConnell went behind closed doors, they got an agreement. And to paraphrase Senator McConnell, he said, while it's not perfect, we can live with it. Ladies and gentlemen, these labor contracts are not perfect either, but we can live with them. I suggest that 2 from the administration, 2 from the Assembly, 2 from the unions, and 2 from the departments meet behind closed doors and are presided over by the Assembly chair. Call it a mini work session or a labor management committee or a pre-negotiating meeting. Call it whatever you want. But sit down and talk in private for a change. My mom, Dorothy, told me, says, Bill, you're going to have disagreements in life, but what's really important is how you deal with your disagreements. I say include 2 from the departments because they're the ones that have to make all this work. The mid and lower management personnel, I believe they're just as nervous and on edge as these worker bees. Maybe because they're thinking their ox might be gored next, but I think it's more, they're more concerned about what kind of workforce will they have in 6 months. Management and workers develop over time trust, respect, and dedication to each other. This ordinance seriously corrodes that trust, respect, and dedication that exists. I was impressed by the various skill sets, abilities, and functions that are performed by municipal workers. This exercise has been very educational for all of us. If you press too hard, the skilled craftsmen and women will leave. The one with the journeyman levels, the one with degrees, the ones that can work anywhere in this country. These are the ones that pull your bacon out of the fire when it's sizzling red hot. There's a job fair scheduled for Wednesday, and there's many ads in Sunday's papers that many of the employees from the municipality are more than qualified for. You should be working on retaining your graying workforce instead of running them off. Two people asked me, what shall we do? And I said to them both, I said, you're a professional. You go to work and you do your job. And they said to me, we know that. We want to know what we do when all this falls apart. And I told them, I says, first of all, my dad always told me, you don't panic. And I mean, that's easier said than done. I also told them, and this is my conclusion, nobody knows how this is going to turn out. And I think there's a lot of nervousness on everyone's part. The young woman from Municipal Light and Power that testified the other night, that gave very colorful testimony, stated, and you gave land 10 years. Can't you give people 6 months? Well, there's a lot of truth in what she said. I suggested everybody call an official timeout for at least 6 months. I believe 1 year would be better. You have problems with downtown bars. You were looking at seasonal sale tax. And most important of all, the port needs to be dealt with. My dad told me that politics is the art of compromise, so here it goes. I suggest one, and nobody's going to like this, but this is my suggestion. Number one, table this ordinance for 1 year. Number two, extend all 9 contracts for 1 year with no wage openers. Number three, discuss the issues in which all 4 parties for each contract are involved behind closed doors. This is not perfect, but it's a start. I believe if you go forth with either the S version or the original version, either will cause unintended consequences that no one foresees or desires. Mainly, the people you want to have working for you, they're going to leave. While all our departments have good programs and projects that I believe they are very proud of and they would be more than willing to share and explain to the Assembly members, I strongly believe at this time your focus, attention, and energy should be directed at the Port of Anchorage expansion project and how to get that project restarted and completed. I wish to thank Lori Black for giving me the courage to speak, and to all the audience members, don't clap. Please don't clap. Vote. In fact, pull the pictures of your family out of your wallet and your purses and look at them and then vote. And I believe absentee
Thank you, Bill.
Mr.
Honeman has a question.
Sorry.
Bill, but I want to assure you we are working on a plan with the port, first of all. Second of all, I appreciate the solutions, suggested solutions, or some ideas of what to do, not just, hey, this is a problem, don't vote for it. You're actually giving us some ideas to get down the road eventually and to do it right and deliberately. So I appreciate that. So thank you much. Did you have a last point to make?
Well, the one thing I want to say, I believe absentee voting starts here on the 18th of March, and Gloria and I, we intend on being here. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Good evening.
Good evening. How you doing, Assembly members? No, Mr. Mayor again. Anyways, my name is Darren Elliott Hernandez. It's kind of long. I'm hyphenated, and I'm a voter, and I live in Eagle River. Mr. Starr, Ms. Osiander. I grew up in Anchorage and went to Scenic Park Elementary School, Wendler Middle School, Bartlett High School, and UAA. I served 8 years in the active duty Air Force as TACP. It means I controlled airstrikes and artillery. And while on active duty, I attained a bachelor's degree in historical and political studies from Chaminade University in Honolulu, Hawaii, and I came back home. I still serve in the Alaska Air National Guard at the 176 Wing Security Forces Squadron, and I'm eligible to retire in 2 years. I'm married and have 2 beautiful children, and I'm a homeowner, Ms. Starr, Ms. Osiander. Most of all, I proudly serve as a detective in the Anchorage Police Department, theft detective. At one point, I was the only theft detective last year sometime when one person retired and another person, another detective was injured, and I was the theft detective working all of Anchorage's cases. I have been with APD for around 8 years, and I was an Alaska State Trooper for 2.5 years prior to the switch over to the municipality of Anchorage, because it offered a better way of life. I wake up every morning and I'm proud to go to work as a police officer in the municipality of Anchorage. My fellow police officers and union brothers and sisters work proudly up the chain of command and have earned everything they received. We are union workers. Most of them are voters. Most of their family members are voters. And most of their friends are voters. Why is there such a rush to pass AO 37? If there are changes that need to be made, and there are, and you know it, and it's going to make such a big impact on the municipal employees and the people of Anchorage, then send it back or just trash it or say no. Do it right the first time, not the second time. No S situation. There's none of that. Do it right the first time. If there's any doubt in the wording of any section, and Mr. Tremblay, I know you have doubts because I've watched every day that you have doubts in the wording or the sections, then vote no. AO 37 breeds corruption. It breeds corruption. We're going back to the good old boy system again. We don't want to go there. I'm before you right now to urge the Assembly to do the right thing for the people of Anchorage and vote against the mayor's 37 proposal. It's poorly written, vague, and quite frankly, it's unfair to the union workers and the people of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren. Mr. Trombley has a question.
You provide a unique perspective with your background. One of the things that I have heard consistently is that we have APD officers leaving to go be state troopers because, as you know, state troopers, they get an annual cost of living increase. I mean, they basically have step pay for infinity as long as they're there.
Yes, sir.
In the state, obviously, you know, the reason the state does that is because they want to maintain, because it's difficult to keep someone in Bethel. But you seem to be a little bit different. From everything I've heard is that people leave APD to go to the troopers because it is a better life. But you're saying that it's the opposite. Is your feeling, is that common with a lot of officers, or have you seen a lot of officers leave to go to the state troopers?
I haven't seen a whole lot of officers leave to go to state troopers. I think I only know of one, but I know a lot of state troopers that want to come to the municipality of Anchorage to be a police officer and can't make it.
Sure. Okay. All right. That's all, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Darren.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Durwood Cannon. I want to thank the Assembly members for the opportunity to come before you to speak. I come to oppose 37. I'll give you a little bit of history about myself. I'm a disabled vet, retired 3 honorable discharges. I'm 60 years old. And in a short time, I watched my Constitution, Bill of Rights, Second Amendment, my religion come under assault. I see this 37 as nothing else but a direct assault on the civil liberties. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening. I wanted to speak about a few things that the gentleman two ahead of me mentioned. Unintended consequences. He spoke of the people leaving.
May we get your name real quick,
I'm sorry.
please?
I'm sorry. I know so many of you.
That's okay.
Caroline Volar. And when I lived in Fairbanks and worked in broadcast news, the last name was Dowling. So if anybody hasn't seen me in a while. The unintended consequences includes insurance rates going up when response times drop or are perceived to drop. The excess number of houses on the market. Think about that and what it's going to do to the property values of everyone in this town. Also, those people who hate unions, I grew up in a non-union environment, rural South. And I didn't work in one union, was the TAPS line. You had to be a member. Certainly was happy to do that. Went from earning $3 an hour on campus there in Fairbanks, where I was a student, to $9.71 straight time. Heck of a good deal. And I was a union member for 10 years before I left work after 53. I figured I'd done my share. But I saw the need for unions after working in the oil patch the last year with a multinational oil company. There is a need. It can be a mess, and if it's a mess, fix it. You don't buy a car, drive it for a time, and then throw it away if it develops a problem. You fix it. So that's what I would say in terms of the contracts you don't like. They can be fixed. The other thing I want to mention is remember the voices of those we knew before, the wise, who have left us. I'm going to mention two names of two women that were just the smartest, some of the smartest people I've ever known. One was in Fairbanks and one was here in Anchorage. And I would encourage those of you who know either one or both of them to think about what kind of message you'd get from them now about what you're planning to do. One was Kay Linton. Kay was one of the strongest, no-nonsense people you'd ever want to meet. The other, in Fairbanks, Helenka Bryce. Helenka had more care for her employees than she did, or as much care as she did for her family and the customers. Think about those people and others that you know and how they would be judging what is happening here now. And the final thing is your legacy. Everyone wants to look good in the future. And I would encourage you to think about the fact that you're not going to be able to run from this vote. If, and God forbid when, but if there are loss of life and property due to what happens here, I will personally take out an ad each and every time to list how it happened, when it happened, and who voted for this and who voted against this plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Buchta. It's spelled B-U-C-H-T-A. Like so many people before me, I'm here in a strong opposition to this Ordinance 37. I'm a dispatcher and a 911 operator for the Anchorage Police Department and a proud member of the APDEA. Together with all of the records clerks, the call takers, and the non-sworn employees and officers, I'm here because I work hard for the fellow citizens of Anchorage and for you. I think it's fair that we can ask all of you to work for us. This time of public testimony has been long and arduous for both sides, but I think we knew it wasn't going to be easy. I'm very concerned about the prospect of removing seniority from the workplace. I have 5 years on at the police department and another 20 years in the airline industry where I was also a union member. I have years of experience working in 24/7 operations and in building work schedules. And I cannot imagine the chaos that will ensue if seniority is not used for organizational purposes. I speak from the perspective of an employee with very little seniority, and I oftentimes cannot get the leave that I've asked for, but in the past year I have had some say in my work schedule as people have been hired. Although it's difficult to keep people there, many people have not made it through training and have left before they've been cut loose on their own as a dispatcher. But this is how it should be. I don't expect it to be any different because this is fair. Seniority allows people to have the ability to plan their day-to-day activities and their lives, including sleep, childcare, their family relationships, and it would negatively affect those things without the use of seniority. So please don't take it away. With regard to supervisors being made non-represented employees, who would you find to fill these positions? Currently, I don't think we have anyone who would want to promote, and especially if they knew they were going to promote out of the protection of the union. In my work group, my supervisors work as harder than I do. They not only do the job that I do in a pinch when we're busy, but then they also are payroll clerks because now they have taken on the extra responsibility of all the other payroll things that we've had to do with telestaff and some other. We do not use Kronos because it cannot understand our work schedule of our 24/7 round-the-clock 12-hour shifts that we work. My understanding is that this ordinance is designed to help streamline things, and I've heard a rumor, that I don't know if it's true or not, that, Mr. Starr, that you've gotten some grant money to maybe research the possibility of combining fire and police dispatch to maybe make a more streamlined operation. We both work very differently. However, in certain instances, it might be beneficial for us to at least be in the same building. It's worth considering. This past summer, I received a 911 call from a man who had been attacked by a brown bear sow and 3 cubs, and he was very injured, was having a little hard time telling us where he was. And together on the phone with the fire dispatcher, we were able to figure out together where this man was and get help to him. And I don't know what actually happened to him. I don't know the story, like we often don't know. I'll just end with this ordinance affects my family to the core. My husband is a patrol officer with APD and has been for the last 18 years. Our plan was to stay for at least another 7 years, but we are scrambling to make decisions on how this is going to affect us and whether it might be better for us to go in 2 years and move on from there, try to figure out how to protect our investment.
Thank you, Kristen. Mr. Horniman.
Ms. Buck, thank you very much for your service here. I know you left an industry, you said, to come to work here. So, I guess my concern is the dispatch, particularly as the shifts are configured now. What would this ordinance do in particular for you or those in the work group,
I can't imagine. Well, I was previously a flight attendant, and in that industry, you are, in a 4-day period, if you're leaving on a trip in 4 days, you might work day shift hours on the one day and then get a very short sleep period and then work night shift where you're flying all night long and trying to be rested. You come home and it takes, you're jet lagged and it takes days to get back up to speed. On this current schedule that we're on, we work these 12-hour shifts, which work great as long as you know that that's the schedule you're going to be on, and you can tailor your life to plan sleep so that you're not exhausted and you are working at your best.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much. Yes, would you please move that down?
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi. My name's Lois Gilbert. I'm not a union member. I don't have any relatives that are union members. My concern is I believe this bill, this proposal, has its origins in the American Legislative Exchange Council. If the Assembly will look on page 4 of the handout I gave you, ALEC is the main proponent of bills that undermine organized labor by stripping public employees of collective bargaining rights and right-to-work laws. So this is happening all over the country. ALEC also sponsored the Stand Your Ground legislation that got Trayvon Martin killed in Florida. A number of people have been killed over that law. And whether you're liberal or conservative, I think you want your elected representatives to represent you and not a group of corporations. So since ALEC is pretty much undercover and there's not a lot known about it, I just wanted to give you this information packet. It has lots of footnotes. You can Google ALEC and get what they consider themselves, what other people consider themselves. They are a nonprofit because they say that their aim is to inform, but like I said, they have pretty much of an agenda. And I'm neither liberal nor conservative. I'm pretty independent in the way I vote. But I absolutely want my Assembly members to go by the needs of Anchorage and its people and not by what a corporate group is sponsoring for their interests. And my personal concerns about how I'm served by the city of Anchorage, I want people that have training and experience. And I really don't see how we're going to get it if we have basically no union contract. So thank you very much for listening, and please check out the handout I've given you. Take care.
Well, and Lois, thank you. I know it is no small effort for you to do what you did, and it's appreciated. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening.
There you go. Thank you.
All right. think I'm set. All right. Assembly, hi. Adam Peterson, Peterson. I'm a firefighter paramedic with the Anchorage Fire Department, and clearly I stand here in opposition of this tonight. I'm here today pondering if this is the definition of insanity. Hundreds of people getting up to testify against an ordinance for which it appears that the majority of you have embraced. Taking time away from our families to try and somehow speak the silver bullet to change the mind of those who have already decided feels somewhat silly. AO 37 is an ordinance that needs to be tabled, and the city administration needs to sit down with the units to bargain in good faith, which has occurred for decades under numerous mayors. I've written all of you an email. I apologize, Mr. Trombley. I realize that I actually forgot to send you an email, so sorry about that. But I appreciate I'm sure you have plenty to look over already. I appreciate the responses from those, and I'm sure I'm not going to say anything or much of anything tonight that you haven't heard already. However, there are a couple things I would like to address. The mayor and others say that we retain our right to collectively bargain. However, when our raises are tied to the cap of the 5-year CPI plus 1%, we can't bargain for health care, can't bargain for vacation time, sick time, seniority, staffing, leave hours, and equipment, which has a direct effect on our safety as well as the safety of the public. I ask you, what is left after that to bargain for? You may call it collectively bargaining, but when all those things are removed from the table, that heavily slants the bargaining process in the favor of the administration. Also, AO 37 calls for arbitration, even allows for binding an arbitrator to give a decision. However, for that decision to be accepted, a supermajority of the Assembly must approve it, which is a very difficult task and really doesn't lend to the spirit of good faith bargaining if the city knows that they have the votes on the Assembly to simply overturn the arbitrator's decision. Lastly, I would like to specifically address Mr. Hall. I was a former executive board member for Local 1264 and was part of the candidate interviews when you were looking for our support in the spring of 2010. We asked you whether you support collective bargaining and binding arbitration, and you said, quote, "I support collective bargaining and I support collective binding arbitration." I would love to hear you reconcile that statement with the ordinance you are now a co-sponsor of.
Thank you, Adam.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Jane Kollontai, spelled Kollantai. My family and I moved from Palmer to Anchorage 14 years ago because we wanted the most access to, first of all, education, second, public services and planning and zoning, and also cultural opportunities and diversity. Since then, we have paid our property taxes and contributed to the community in various ways, and my husband worked for the federal government in jobs development for many years, actually decades. I attended all 6 hearings on Ordinance 64 several years ago because I want our community to be a fair and a just one, and I attended many of the Title 21 sessions for the same reason. When I came to this hearing, the most recent one last week, I was already very concerned with this Ordinance 37, and I came away even more scared and concerned than before. A couple things I'd like to say in addition to what many people have said. First, I was a public employee in the 1970s. I was a social worker in a large county social services in California. All the social services employees went out on strike for 3 weeks in 1975. after a completely unacceptable final offer on not only wages but caseloads and quite a number of things that affected our clients as well and the community. When you work, you are trading your time and effort with your employer for those wages and those pay and working conditions that you get. The employer has most of the power, and ultimately your only power is to withhold your labor if those conditions are unacceptable in order to achieve fairness and some kind of balance. And many of our clients and much of the public supported our strike for that very reason. Second, and we didn't want to do it either, and we didn't get paid, and it was really hard, but that's how it was. Second, what is being proposed here is not really new or original, and as other people have pointed out, this has been going around the lower 48 for a few years, and it kind of reminds me of the property tax cap that was also proposed here a few years ago. It's not new. It's not original. Things just take a couple years to get up here from the lower 48, okay? But it's not new. That tax cap here, if the voters had approved it, would have devastated education and other public services, and it's fortunate that they didn't. In California in 1979, again under post-Reagan administration, they had Proposition 13, the property tax cap, and California is still suffering from that now, a third of a century later. It's affecting education and public services. The county that I lived in is said to have withstood some of the worst impacts of this proposition because, in fact, of this strike and the county realizing that you could not take for granted the work that is being done to maintain our community and to make things okay for everyone, for things that we all need, even legislatures, even assembly people, no matter how powerful you are in our community, you need these things. I think that we actually live in the middle of thousands of miles of wilderness, ocean, dark and cold. We're really lucky to have what we have here, and we're fortunate to have built it up. And I think we need to be really careful about, we must not let it be destroyed. I think this entire thing should be trashed. There was no reason for it to come. If we assume that some version of it will get through, eventually amended, I'm not sure what the purpose of that is. I think we need an honest, open way to identify where the problems are and on what level they need to be solved, whether it's the legislative level or not. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is John Dahle, Jondahle. I'm an evidence technician for the Anchorage Police Department. I've read and understand the proposed ordinance, and while there may be some good and bad parts to it, the vast majority of it will not even relate to me if this ordinance is passed as it is. You see, as an evidence technician, I will not be considered as direct law enforcement, and thus no longer part of the union. Best case scenario for me is that I will be a non-rep. Worst case scenario, I will be fired and my job will be given to someone working for the lowest bidder. Is that really what you want? As an evidence technician, every day I deal with evidence for criminal cases, murders, sexual assaults, you name it. I have access to millions of dollars in cash and drugs, and also extremely sensitive information about anybody in this room. I have access to very valuable and easily liquidatable items such as jewelry and firearms. On any given day, an evidence technician has the potential to contaminate evidence for a criminal case, thereby letting a murderer get off or even getting the wrong man convicted for a crime that he did not commit. When people get arrested, we expect it to be the right person and for him to go to jail and pay for his crimes. The evidence is a key part of that equation. When defense attorneys make their case, they attack the officers involved. If they can't tear apart an officer's testimony, they attack the evidence, the chain of custody. As an evidence unit, we are the brick wall that defense attorneys hit. Over decades, we have developed policies and procedures that are specially tailored to us and our needs. Each type of property gets packaged and handled in its own specific way. If it is not done so, the chain of custody can potentially be compromised and the criminal case thrown out. If that case is thrown out, it sets the stage for every criminal case to be thrown out. We are the biggest and best evidence unit in the state and one of the best in the country. Every day, we can receive anywhere up to 500 pieces of new property. We handle hundreds or thousands of pieces of property every day. We currently have over 143,000 pieces of property spread over 3 different warehouses, and because of our strict standards, at a moment's notice, we can walk right to where any one of those pieces of property is and know that we will find it. We will also be able to testify with 100% certainty that the chain of custody is intact and that item has not been opened or tampered with in any way. It is an intensely complicated job that requires months of intense training and years of experience before you even begin to feel comfortable making any one of 100 decisions you have to make in any given day. Because any one of those decisions could easily mean that a case gets thrown out, the city gets sued, I get fired, or I could even get thrown in jail. But the job is not only complicated, it is dangerous. Every day we potentially deal with biohazardous materials like AIDS, hepatitis C, bed bugs, scabies. We handle hazardous materials such as meth lab chemicals and how explosive they can be. We deal with the potential for bombs, loaded weapons, sharp needles, and knives. We also have to worry about things like aspergillus. I'm sorry, I'm almost done. One more paragraph. The lethal mold that grows on wet marijuana. And none of this even mentions the smells that we deal with every day. In conclusion, this job takes dedication, attention to detail, integrity, and a willingness to follow complicated and confusing practices because they're there for a reason. Strict policies and procedures are essential, but they are only as good as the people you hire. 60% of the evidence technicians hired in the last 5 years did not make it through training. This means that the people you have working for you are the best of the best. Again, I ask, is this really the kind of job you want to contract out to the lowest bidder? Is this really the kind of job that is not considered direct law enforcement? I implore you to include evidence in the union representation. Thank you.
John, don't go away. I've got a line of questions for you, starting with Mr. Trini.
Sir, thank you for your service to the city. I know how important it is what you do. You also deal with the drugs, don't you, that we seize from all across, and you maintain them and secure them until we destroy them.
That's correct.
And you're accountable for every drug that's there, aren't you? You have to check it out and have to document it as being actually destroyed.
Oh, yes. 2 of us have to be present anytime that we deal with drugs, money, or jewelry.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Trombley?
You had me captivated at handling scabies. That doesn't sound like a tremendous amount of fun. So thank you for what you do. I completely understand your position. Absolutely valid. Because of the highly technical work that you do, are there private companies out there that do what you do? And do you have any examples of locations around the country that have privatized exactly what you do?
I have not heard of any, no.
Okay, so you haven't heard of any company. I'm not saying that there isn't any out there. The only reason I ask is because it helps me to look at other jurisdictions and say, okay, what are they doing there? They have privatized it. What challenges do they have? What benefits challenges do they have? Budgetary savings, those kind of things help me. But if you could provide an answer, I would greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
Watch out for the scabies.
Mr. Honeman?
Well, you've given a fairly good definition of what you do, and I think that's, I know Ms. Conlon was here last week and testified from her perspective, and I know she has a specific unique role in there. If this were to go through, this ordinance as it is, even with the S version, concerning enough to you to stick around, or are you looking elsewhere?
I will have to see what happens, but it's not looking too good for me.
Good. Thank you.
Ms. Johnston?
Yes, you were saying that you felt your job was, you might have to go non-union exempt. Why do you feel that with this ordinance?
Because of the definition of direct law enforcement does not include evidence.
So you're saying maybe because of the managed competition, not because of, the only reason I mention is in the not in the S version, but it will be attached to it. Your position is under the police service bargaining unit.
Well, my understanding of the ordinance when I was reading it was that if you're not in direct law enforcement, you were not considered part of the bargaining unit.
No. Yeah, it is in here, this version. So I'm
Well, that's unfortunate to
and
know.
just
I would
as far as
expect
Mr. Trombley's question, as far as managed competition, and a number of us are trying to come up with a different language so you know that it would probably be very highly unlikely that we would find anybody in the private sector that could do your job.
Yeah.
Thank you, John. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Doug Olson, and I work for the Anchorage Police Department. I also am an evidence technician in the evidence section, which entails storing all the evidence that is seized from a criminal case. I work behind locked doors where only the supervisor and other evidence technicians have access to the unit. Even the chief of police does not have access unless he is escorted by one of us. Because we are so secure, some people don't have a full understanding of what our job or duties quite entail. There are a few things I must do daily in order to do my job correctly. First, I must interpret federal, state, municipal laws in order to ensure the chain of custody and integrity of each piece of evidence. In addition, I ensure the item can legally be disposed of and then knowing what the correct disposal method must be. I have received specialized training in the 6.5 years that I have been there in order to do my job better and reduce the risk of liability to the city. I have been trained in firearm safety and familiarization, hazmat training, compressed gas training, explosives and black powder training, forklift training, synthetic drug recognition and safety, first aid, CPR, AED, and crisis intervention training. I have been nominated for non-sworn of the quarter twice, which resulted in a nomination for non-sworn of the year. When state statute AS 1236-200 came out, I was tasked with the responsibility of familiarizing myself with it and handling any case that came under that criteria. This state statute outlined the need for preservation of biological evidence for murder and sexually based crimes. Where I come in is that our unit has victims and suspects calling in quite frequently looking to retrieve their property. In order to release property under one of these types of cases, I must obtain a court stipulation from the district attorney and a defense attorney stating that evidence is no longer needed. If the evidence at all contains a biological significance, there is a completely different route that must be taken. If my job is outsourced, will these steps be followed to ensure the integrity of evidence is upheld? Before releasing a firearm to a citizen, we are required to do extensive background checks. Sometimes during those background checks, we find outstanding criminal cases in other states. We are required to call that agency and obtain information as to if that case is still active, and then make a determination if that case would prohibit this person from possessing a firearm. A technician in my unit actually won non-sworn of the quarter as well, because she was able to determine that a man had an outstanding case and he should not have got the gun. So I am one of two evidence technicians that is trained in closing cases, which basically determines what property we can get rid of. There is no handbook on how to dispose of evidence, as every case is unique. I must interpret court documents the best I can and make sure that there are no appeals, co-defendants with active cases, the same active case, DEA or FBI involvement, and that there is no cross-reference cases related to this. My job also includes releasing property under suicide cases. The hardest part of my job is calling a mother and asking her if she would like the firearm that her son just shot herself with. And yes, some people do like the firearm back. I have been training new hires for 9 out of the last 12 months. This means I cannot take extended leave or go on trips with my family. With this ordinance, I feel we will initially lose our qualified employees, and then future employees will have less incentive to stay, and the turnover rate will be high. I have a fiance and 2 kids who I support, both under the age of 2. I just bought a house recently within the last year. With this ordinance, the uncertainty of my job leads me to wonder how will I pay my mortgage and my bills. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Doug. Mr. Horniman has a question.
More of a comment. It's good to see a second generation coming through the APD, and I'd like for you to stick around. So be patient. I don't know how this is going to shape out either, and I just heard the last little closing of it. I was going to ask that question, but would it encourage you to stick around, or are you looking elsewhere?
If this passes, I'm going to have to look at my options, and I'm going to consider looking at other agencies.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Well, good evening. My name
name is Clint Olson, O-L-S-O-N, and I've been a very faithful employee since 1984, so I'm probably kind of more near the end versus the beginning, but I'm just here to support every other municipal employee, whether this is their very first, maybe today was their very first day, or maybe they've been here 10, 20, 30 years, and, you know, they've got the exact same dream I've been living for close to 30 years. And, you know, so I want to support them all that I can. Kind of got a little train going here. I also basically am here to talk about the evidence position. And it was kind of mentioned that it's, you know, perhaps it's the interpretation of 37, that maybe it's highly unlikely that we'd lose these positions, but the fact that it's even highly unlikely versus if someone wants to give me, you know, some writing that it's not going to go away, I'll walk away right now. But all jobs, you know, it's just the nature of it that, you know, you might lose a job no matter what position you're in. So I guess, you know, boy, they sure stole a lot of my thunder. But, you know, a couple other things, too, about the evidence technician. The thing I wanted to point out about it is that, you know, part of that direct correlation with police officers, dispatchers, CSOs having the direct police connection, they all get psych evaluations. And we can understand why they get psych evaluations for the type of jobs they do. Well, evidence techs are also one of the very few jobs in this whole municipality. We also get psych evaluations. So, you know, out of, you know, thousands and thousands that are in the municipality, we're one of the few. So, you know, why would a lowly evidence tech have to get a psych evaluation? I think we've heard some very good reasons already. There is over 143,000 pieces of evidence. We have access to absolutely every single one of those pieces. Every single day for the most part, never say always, but there is guns, there is drugs, there is jewelry, there is money. Just even recently, I think it was this year or end of last year, took in $500,000 on one specific case alone. So there's a lot of evidence that comes in. The murders, the sexual assaults, the robberies, the heinous crimes that go on in this city, it gets taken into this, you know, into our section basically. Very infamous crimes that happen around here. Bonnie, Craig, I can't remember some of the other ones right now, but you know, all that evidence gets basically turned into us. Ultimately, when you get the more major crime case, an officer maybe only deals with that property for a few minutes. Maybe they have to hang on to it for a few hours before they turn it in at the end of their shift. But basically, we know the wheels of justice turn a little bit slow every once in a while. So the next thing you know, that property is sitting in our office for years and years on end. We inventory that stuff. We just recently have gone through an inventory. If there's 143 items every single year, 143 items are individually, manually checked, scanned, the whole 9 yards. And like I said, I'm pretty much going to discuss everything else they talked to. You know, the confidentiality. We have access to everybody's records through police reports and computer checks. Haven't even got into the whole dealing with the citizens as a whole, victims, suspects, the whole 9 yards. Hopefully what I've just been able to you know, show you is that evidence tech position is just as important as the other positions because, you know, usually a lot of cases are solved through witnesses. If you ain't got a witness, you have to have evidence. And if you improperly handle that evidence, you've just lost a case.
Okay.
Thank you.
Clint, Mr. Training?
Sir, did you say everything you wanted to say?
Yeah, I did, sir. Yes, thank you very much.
I've got a son's a prosecutor, and he really appreciates what you guys do because when he needs to prosecute somebody, he needs the evidence there. And you guys get him that evidence. So thank you very much for everything you do.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Harleman?
Clint, I have the benefit of knowing you a little longer. You started with the city as a police officer, correct?
Actually, I started as a part-time museum attendant in 1984.
And then worked through as a police
And
officer.
just basically worked up to police officer, and they haven't
You also
kicked me out
work
yet.
at Downtown Employment Services for a little bit?
And I spent a year and a half down there, yes, sir.
What do you think of this ordinance as it applies towards you? Did background checks, you did some hiring, pre-hiring and such. Would this make this ordinance make this one way or the other of trying to hire or process employees, and even yourself, putting yourself, if you had to go through the testing and consider employment here, looking at this ordinance, what would that do for you?
Well, I think the main thing what I look at is that And a lot of people complain about, APD's hiring practices are so strict. Well, they're strict for a reason. And we have bad apples. Every once in a while, there is a bad cop, and we all pay the price for that, and we have to earn the trust back again. But by the rigorous background checks, fortunately, hopefully what we do is we keep it to a minimum. And so we're looking at the same thing here as far as I think we do a very good process of trying to get the best because of potentially what we could lose and cost this city. And if next thing you know, do some contracting services work? Sure, maybe they do work, but there's always going to be a higher risk. And how much of a risk do you want to take when it comes to certain areas?
Thank you.
Thank you, Clint.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Richard Evans. Apologies for the canned speech. 3 minutes is not enough time to make all my points by winging it. To start, I'm not a union member, never have been. I'm just a citizen, but I'm here anyway. Why? Because I believe in unions, the good they have done for America, and the good they will continue to do if you don't gut them like a fish. My original intent was to speak in defense of the unions here at Anchorage, but I found they can defend themselves far more eloquently than I ever can. So I'm going to focus on the question of why 37 is being rushed and how it's being handled. Why the hurry to pass 37? It took over 10 years to pass Title 21, which will impact nearly everyone in Anchorage. Yet Ordinance 37, which will affect immediately thousands of union employees in this town, and quite possibly nearly everyone in Anchorage, was introduced on February 8th, and the Assembly was talking about passing it on the 22nd. Only because the people demanded it were other meetings scheduled for this, and members of this Assembly tried to shut down a testimony on 37 last Friday, with people still waiting to speak, like myself. When the people voiced their disapproval of this attempt to abrogate the right to be heard in violation of this city's own charter, a member of this Assembly threatened to have security staff remove the people from their governmental chamber, where the people came to be heard. That is the height of arrogance, and it is malfeasance. If you don't know the word, look it up. It fits. Some members of this Assembly need a reminder we have government of the people, by the people, for the people, and we are the people. Why attempt to end this debate? The comment was made, we have business to attend to. There's more important business than listening to the public that you are here to represent? Well, I guess running this ordinance through is a higher priority. After all, the mayor seems to have the votes for his deal right now. But I guess if after the Assembly the make of this chamber changed, he might not have those votes? What a coincidence. Why was this ordinance filed at 4:55 p.m. on a Friday at close of government business for the weekend? And coincidentally, 5 minutes before the deadline to run for an Assembly seat, leaving the Assembly member that brought this bill forward running unopposed. If I had seen this before the deadline, I would have filed to run myself. And the excuse that it wasn't ready to be posted until then, I found out this issue has been worked on since last August when a contract for $29,500 was awarded to compile Ordinance 37 by outside counsel. Coincidentally, there's that word again. This contract was $500 under the limit established by the Anchorage Assembly, whereby any request for funds over $30,000 has to be declared what the money's for. When questioned about this expense, it was vaguely claimed by Mr. Sullivan to be for legal questions. Oh, he thinks there'll be something rotten in Denmark and it'll be the fish. Now, it took 6 months to bring this forward at the last minute, but we have to pass it now? No, we don't. No. Some members of this Assembly were caught by surprise by 37. I'll bet it was flown in under the radar like a cruise missile to take out the unions before they had a chance to act. The timing was deliberate. 37 is a bad attempt by the mayor to deal with a problem that doesn't exist. Even with the recent amendments to it, it's not right. There needs to be more time spent on this and more work. The unions are willing to help the city out with its financial issues. This is not an emergency. The process for dealing with the unions here in this town has worked for 40 years. I'll close with this. I got a lot more to say, but not enough time. Ladies and gentlemen of this Assembly, I may not be as learned as you. I may not have the numbers and letters and fancy little squiggles behind your name that give me the degrees that y'all have earned. I may just be a country bumpkin, okay? But I may not know how to run a business either, or government. But I know what a dead skunk smells like. This ordinance reeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I promise you I cannot speak that fast. I thank you, Mr. Sullivan, Assembly members, for allowing me to speak. My name is Gary Goins, G-O-I-N-S. I've worked for MLMP for over 10 years. I work on the heavy mechanical crew at the power plant. When we are overhauling turbines, we work 6-10s and sometimes 7-10 shifts to get units back online and keep power on. Even though this eats away at my little bit of summer I do have and time with my family, I don't complain. I just dig in, get it done. With this ordinance, I feel like I've been kicked in the stomach for a job well done. I've been very impressed with the amount of talent and dedication from all the other people who have spoken before me. One man last week referred to himself by his employee number, which raises an interesting point. In the private sector, your boss knows if you're doing a great job and rewards you. Bonuses, salary increases. The union is necessary in city funding positions because city employees are numbers to the people who pay them. The one who is paying them doesn't directly see what the employee is contributing to the success of the city. Granted, there will be some that get paid more than they're worth, some that get paid exactly what they're worth, and some that don't get paid enough for what they bring to the table. This ordinance punishes across the board. Some taxpayers may want to pay less for services, but will find they're no longer happy with the service they are receiving. I, for one, have no problem paying for quality service and a well-running city. I called 911 when someone tried to break into my house at 5 a.m. and was very impressed with the response time and the professionalism of APD. I feel secure knowing that Firehouse 6 is a quarter of a mile from my house and that my roads are plowed in a reasonable amount of time. Most of you in front of me are at least my age. Imagine lying on your living room floor having a heart attack. Do you want the lowest bidder or the best of the best responding? If someone were breaking into your home, do you want Barney Fife showing up, or do you want Alaska's finest? Please consider the reality of life after AO 37 before you vote. In conclusion, the unions have said they will make some concessions. We don't need this ordinance. Just come to the table and talk. I strongly urge all of you to vote no on AO 37. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Mr. Trombley?
I'm right here, sir.
I'm sorry.
Just one question. You said you're IBW?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you feel as though currently, as it stands, that you're well compensated?
Do
you feel that you're well compensated for your work?
Yes, I am. I do make many sacrifices for that, though. And I'll be honest with you, I have a boat and I have a camper, and I love to go do those things. Our busy time is usually in the summer. I make sacrifices for that. I do it for the city. I do it for the people. I would love to be taking my grandkids out fishing, but it's a sacrifice that I make for the city. But I also enjoy being compensated for that properly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Hardeman?
Yeah, Gary, and of course I've got a personal knowledge of you myself, but you hadn't always worked for the city or for a union, have you?
No, sir.
And did you come to the city because of the fact that it had some stability and some offer to some fair benefit and wage package?
Yes, that's correct. I did.
What would happen if you were looking at coming to the city and you see stuff like this right in front of you?
I would probably go to the private sector. I don't know. I don't know right now. My wife and I haven't really talked about it very much, but I have great concern about this ordinance.
As do I. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Gil Davis, D-A-V-I-S. I'm an Eagle River resident, been there since 1989. I came up with the military like most of the guys I work with. I'm a sergeant with the Anchorage Police Department. I've worked patrol officer. I worked the community policing team in Mountain View for quite a few years. I've been a detective sergeant. I've worked the robbery assault unit. I've worked the drug unit, and now I'm back onto back to patrol and winding down my career. I want to talk to you about 37. I have some problems with it, and I want you to know right now it's not about me. I can retire in 22 months. I'm going to leave before this hits. What I'm worried about is these folks, my department, and the community I'm going to retire into. And I see some big problems, and one of them is job stability. That's going to affect the ability to retain officers. I know there's some skepticism about that, but frankly, I've done a little research. I've talked to a lot of folks who work in other departments. I've talked to people who've been in other departments, come here, and I've gone and ridden along with my brother's department back in Massachusetts. You don't want a department like they've described. Job stability is the #1 thing that people want. APD is a great department. We've talked about troopers. Mr. Tromley brought this up. We were the bane of trooper management. We were pulling troopers in left and right. That has stopped. I haven't seen a trooper hired in, I think, 4 or 5 years. We've recently had an APD officer leave for the troopers. And just about everybody who's a new hire has gone and interviewed with the troopers because they are tired of the instability. Am I going to be laid off? AO 37 is very confusing. People don't understand what it really means. I sat here and watched the video, Will Atchison talking about his version of what he thinks it means. I see the mayor shaking his head going, no, that's not what it means. Can't we tighten this up before we vote on it? That's the part that's really got me perplexed. I personally would never enter in a contract that we had this many questions. The current labor laws, the current contracts that we have, people understand. They may not like it, but they understand it. We don't understand that. That scares us. One of the things that's really bugging me is two aspects. Seniority is completely removed. I understand folks don't like officers making a lot of money in overtime using their seniority, but seniority is much more important in the corporate culture, how we operate. We don't know what we're going to face. The FSLA 171 rule, I have no idea what that's going to do. I've heard all kinds of horror stories, and frankly, no one here has made it something that I can understand. Job stability is critical. We all know we're going to work for a better life with what we have right now. I left the Air Force. I love the Air Force, but I left the Air Force because it was killing me. My boss said, we're working Monday to Friday, 8 to 5, except 4 o'clock tomorrow, you stay in the midnight Wednesday, come in Saturday. My family, my wife was like, I'll see you when I see you. That's one of the concerns I have with this is we don't know what we're going to face. Are we going to be able to keep people? I don't know if people are going to leave, but frankly, we're not going to know for 4 to 6 years. Then what are we going to do? How are we going to turn that around? Seniority is a good thing. It's fair. It eliminates favoritism. But the bottom line is people can put up with a lot as long as they think they're being treated fairly. If they don't think they're being treated fairly, they're going to be a management nightmare. I don't think anybody in our department of management is out to get us, but they're going to do what they have to do. This is a bad plan. No matter how well they execute it, it's still going to be a bad plan. I ask you to reanalyze it, and let's get some answers to the questions we've posed. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no questions. There are no questions. Thank you. Thank you, Gil.
Hi.
Good evening.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Donna Stark. I'm a resident of South Anchorage. I've lived in Anchorage for 39 years, and I vote. My whole family does. The unexplained managed competition in this proposed ordinance appears to be an attempt to unilaterally lower the wages of our city's workers to the minimum wage. Unlike construction contracting, in which state law requires contractors who bid the work to pay equal wages, this ordinance does not contain such a level playing field, effectively opening the door to lower the wage to minimum. It abandons existing processes and forces workers to compete with whomever will do the work for less. The claim that this ordinance is fair is disingenuous. The ordinance it's not in the best interest of citizens and businesses of Anchorage. There is no supervision at the state or local level of lowest bidders to make certain that they behave in a responsible manner. There is no agency that checks the creditworthiness of the lowest bidder, no agency to make certain that benefits, payroll taxes, work comp, and wages actually get paid. The people who have been working for our city will suddenly have to compete with contractors who neglect their fiduciary duty up until the time that they file for bankruptcy and leave a trail of debt at businesses all over town. How is that good for our city? A glaring example of this is the trucking company that had the municipal snow haul contract for over a decade, starting in the mid-90s till the early 2000s. They had 15 trucks, but no employees. Lots of money can be saved if you do not have to pay payroll taxes. Somewhere around here. the owners would take the payments from the city they received and go to Las Vegas and get high roller treatments while not paying their subcontractors. When their Ponzi scheme finally unraveled, they filed for bankruptcy to the tune of $2 million, leaving local businesses and workers hung out to dry. I have been involved with the construction industry for over 20 years, and I have never seen adherence to the phrase, lowest responsible bidder. Only the lowest bidder, no matter how out of touch with the reality of actual costs of doing business is. The people who work for our city are your constituents. They earn the wages that allow them to buy houses and support local businesses, and that's good for our economy. Stop blaming them for rising costs. You should be doing something about the huge rise in energy prices and the monopolistic rise in health care costs that cause all of us to feel the choking grip of inflation. As a taxpayer of Anchorage, I expect my city to be a good employer. With this ordinance, you are stripping workers of a level playing field and exposing the city to the havoc of underhanded contractors desperate to take control of whatever money they can get their hands on.
Donna, I need you to conclude.
Okay, in conclusion, I'd like to bring everyone's attention back to the two gentlemen here tonight, one who negotiates for the unions and one who negotiates for the city. They work and they negotiate together. And Mr. Trombley was very, very excited to learn from the municipal human resources director, or what, I'm not sure who he was, but that he was told to stop the negotiation process. So it wasn't the process, it wasn't the unions.
Donna,
it wasn't.
You're out of time.
It was the administration.
Thank you. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Michelle Stone. I would like to start by saying I've never been more proud of the people I work with. I am a 15-year employee at Street Maintenance. I am also an Alaska Operating Engineer, Local 302 member for 22 years. When I started at Street Maintenance, I never thought I'd find my future husband, Jeffrey, or be the first female operator to work up to the day I gave birth to my son, Blaze. Then Cascade, yes, renting equipment. I wasn't going to talk here tonight, but after hearing all the testimonies, I realized I am a part of a phenomenal group of people, and they deserve my support. My friend and coworker Nathan spoke last Thursday. He said something to the effect of, these guys just know how to keep it moving. Well, I'm one of these guys. Last year, my supervisor came to me with an idea, something never done in our department. We tried it, and it worked. It's called shaving. I operate the roll-up blower. It weighs 32,700 pounds, and it has large ribbons that eat up the snow and blow it into contract trucks. It is very loud. Because our streets were down to one lane, we had to do something. It was just me and 30 trucks and all the hazards: kids, garbage cans, fire hydrants, light poles, electrical boxes, cars, buses, mailboxes, and the truck 2 inches away. There is not much visibility. This was dangerous, risk-taking, and it was an intense job. Every day, 10 hours a day, for months. No breaks, no lunches. I'm a professional that did my job willingly. I earned every dime I made, and I'm a professional, and I should be paid as such. To work during this time was epic. I wouldn't take one day back. After all this, nobody gave us the key to the city or even thanked us, especially this mayor. The chief of police did come over, and it was awesome. To be one that I lost my place. He came to Street Maintenance and he thanked us for doing our jobs, It was the respect and moral boost everyone needed. I am not for AO 37 or the S version or any other version, and I would hope that you'd reconsider, and it's not good.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jerry Elliott. I've worked for the municipality for 18 years as a lowly library assistant. I just want you guys to know that my dad was a lifelong IBEW member. He had decent benefits. I have decent benefits, and my older brother that worked 35 years for Municipal Light and Power had decent benefits. My little brother, on the other hand, was a contract employee with no insurance. He died on the floor of Health and Human Services, bled to death because he had no insurance, because he was a contract employee. This is a lousy idea, and I do not support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Assembly members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Beverly Poon, and I'm a 40-year resident of Anchorage. I am a 22-year employee of the police department. I work in the records section. My position is classifying. There is federal funding generated by the job I do. The amount can be in the millions. This is all tied to the Uniform Crime Reporting report which we generate. Failure to perform this job accurately could result in the loss of this funding. We review criminal charges on officers' reports and verify correct coding for entering arrests into the APD database and statewide criminal offense record for that individual. This is confidential information. If you or your family have had contact with the police department, we've probably entered your personal information. We generate monthly and annual reports to the FBI regarding criminal offenses, adult and juvenile arrests, and separate detailed reports. We are required to note content within a report, which requires a copy to be forwarded to an outside agency. Examples of this include damage to municipal property, reports involving domestic violence, and reports of incidents which occur on a premise of a licensed alcohol establishment. From this data, you are able to close a problem drinking establishment and close a problem hotel. Classifiers regularly have direct interaction with detectives and police officers. This involves a great deal of verbal interaction as well as written requests. We prepare and respond to audits by the FBI and by the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety. This is to ensure quality control and that APD is in compliance with guidelines set forth by these agencies. The police department can lose absent NCIC access and federal funding if we fail to do our job correctly. The training for this position is very extensive and requires 6 months to 1 year before the trainee is released. The qualifications for this position require a person with extensive police background, and usually only senior police clerks would be able to do this job. I ask the Assembly to look into this position and reconsider the adverse impact the municipality could face, both monetarily and the integrity of our police department, if this position is lost to outsourcing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. August Body, Mr. Mayor. My name is Anthony Johnstone. I've resided in East Anchorage since 1986. I graduated from UAA, and I was fortunate enough to be employed by the municipality of Anchorage the day after my graduation. I applied to become a patrol officer at the end of my junior year, knowing the process was lengthy and intensive, but the rewards were great. I would have a full-time job with immense responsibility, a better quality of life, and I wouldn't have to work 2 or 3 part-time jobs as I had been doing to make ends meet. I was put through a battery of tests, intellectual, physical, and psychological. I've been put through a polygraph, fingerprinted, and background checked. I'm now a records clerk at APD for my 7th year. I'm currently on mid-shift. My duties, though different, are no less important to the department and is a valued service to the community of Anchorage. This mayor's administration has since its inception postured itself to threaten its employees with layoffs, furloughs, and reduction in hours. The mayor's more recent shot across the bow, Ordinance 37, seeks to replace me with contract work. Let me get to why this is a poor idea. I actively manage an electronic document filing system, only one of 2 employees trained with any proficiency. I correct patrol officer reports, create police reports for citizens, data enter citations, answer numerous phone calls, compile court documents for prosecution, and I am trusted with the most sensitive information. I have personally written 2,766 reports, processed 47,979 citations, and digitized a small forest worth of paper. If you have ever had contact with the police department, I have close to unrestrained access to your private information. I know where you have lived, your phone numbers, any property you have bought or sold in a pawn shop, the people you have associated with, the nature of your contacts, your social security number. If you believe that contract work would be viable in my section as a cost savings, you are making a mistake. I urge you to reconsider. The department has and continues to utilize a contract service to dispose of personal files and records. These files contain sensitive information like those mentioned briefly. In the very recent past, an individual and community work service program was utilized by the contractor to destroy sensitive documents, but instead retained several of these documents for reasons unknown. If it was not for a concerned citizen, who knows what might have happened with the information. Is this part of the creative marketing or managed competition that the author of the Ordinance 37 thought of? In the age of the Internet, where information is value, fraud as a criminal enterprise has fleeced U.S. citizens of billions of dollars. If the Assembly may see the value in contracting out my job at a cost savings by providing a subpar service, but at the very real possible financial loss to the members of this community. It has taken me years to learn what I know to perform my job at a proficient level. A contract employee hired in the guise of creative approaches to labor will not in all probability stay in the employ of the contractor for more than a year. They will gain the necessary training for the job class and move to a greener pasture. They could also be swayed to use the information to entrust to authorities for personal gain, criminal or otherwise.
Thank you. Mr. Trini?
Sir, I think that's what we've seen across this country where data is sold to the highest bidder.
Yes.
And I don't want to see that happen here. I agree with you.
Mr. Horniman?
You bring up a good point. It was a question asked earlier, I think Mr. Tromley did. Do you know of any departments that have outsourced, if you will, privately contracted to records departments? Have you seen any research?
No, I haven't done any research as to which departments have, but I believe it's a bad idea. I have access to APSN, to NCIC. I have the whole shebang.
And you also handle money, right, for behalf of the public, for the department?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to speak, and I thank you for your public service. My name is Sue Cain, C-A-I-N, and I work at Anchorage Police. I've been there for 19 years, and I've been a supervisor in records for 7+ years. In 1994, when I began working at APD, there were approximately 52 records clerks in the records division. Presently, there are 37. Our records staff is very lean and very effective, and I'm here to ask you to not outsource clerks at APD. APSN NCIC, as mentioned by Anthony, is the system used to integrate information for all law enforcement agencies. Records is the department that APSN and NCIC begins and ends in. All employees must have a criminal background check and be fingerprinted. Our clerks train, test, certify, and audit the system. All personnel are trained to use the system. The state requires that a test is passed, allowing each employee to become certified and recertified every 2 years. Every entry and removal in the system is audited on a monthly basis and is to be true and accurate. If these systems are misused, APD will lose the opportunity as a department to have access. We're going to go on to the UCR, which is the Uniform Crime Reports. Classifiers like Beverly, who just spoke, must determine that each case report has met all the necessary elements required by the FBI for monthly reporting. The accuracy of this document is directly related to the amount of federal funding provided to APD. Based on accuracy and meeting the deadlines, APD can receive grant money, but missing the UCR deadline and or if too many errors are found in the report, APD is subject to losing grant money. Currently, we have never missed the deadline. Training clerks. It takes up to 16 months to train and learn the duties of a records clerk. Classifiers are specialized record clerks that have a minimum of 5 years experience in records, and once selected, they are trained for another year. Records has and will continue to have a higher percentage of turnover than any other section at APD because clerks can laterally transfer to other positions while other clerks have chosen to become officers, dispatchers, and CSOs. Confidentiality. Clerks are mandated by a high standard of confidentiality. If we step out of the guidelines, we are subject to being fired and or prosecuted if unauthorized information is released. The pool of people who will avail themselves to the lower bid system will jeopardize the extreme need to protect the confidentiality currently maintained. Basically, what I'm asking you is that I hope you now have a better understanding of the standards of a clerk at the Anchorage Police Department, and I'm asking you to please consider not outsourcing these clerks.
Thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Mr. Trainee?
Federal and state regulations that you have to adhere to as a clerk, standards that both the feds and the state impose upon your function as a clerk.
For abstinent and CIC, yes.
Is there training, both state and federal, that you have to attend as a clerk?
Yes.
How long does that training
We
take?
train in records, and we can go to training through the state.
Okay.
And the
How long does that
FBI
state training take?
Well, it depends on what part of the abstin that you're doing. If you're doing the data entry, you can go into down to the crime lab and get training for a week. Or you can, if you're an officer, we bring the training to you. We have a TSO, a terminal security officer, that trains the officers prior to coming onto duty.
Thank you, because if they do outsource this, I want to know what type of training is going to be involved and whoever they outsource it to, because that will impact their bids on the contracts. Thank you.
Mr. Horniman?
Just a quick question. You know, it's a little bit of confusion here under the 37. Supervisors. You declared a supervisor, so perhaps not even eligible to be a member of the association.
I don't know. I disagree with the AO 37, but I wanted to bring this forward so that at least the clerks could be considered to not be outsourced because it's important. I'm not going to be there forever. I hopefully will be out within the next 2 to 3 years, but you know, in 2 to 3 years, that's about the time the system's going to be failing there if it comes to that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And Ms. Johnston, you were asking one of the evidence clerks before the direct law enforcement, what that means. On page 3, lines 33, 34, and 35, it does not include an evidence tech.
Thank you, Sue.
Excuse me, could you come back for 1 minute? Could you come back for 1 minute? What I was referring to is, and this isn't in the S version, but it was an attachment with the original version as far as who is in the bargaining unit of APDEA, and all of your groups are in that bargaining unit, and so they're attached to the ordinance itself. That was what I was referring to.
Okay, I guess I misunderstood because
Thank you.
they were referring to the direct law enforcement and what it meant.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lynette Marino Hinz, Hinz, and I reside in the East Anchorage area. I am a homeowner and a rental property owner for 22 years. My concerns about AO-2013-37 is that I believe that the raises in the salaries, if they're warranted by the work that's done, then I support it. I have been a cab driver here in Anchorage, Alaska for 34 years. And under that industry, we've seen a lot of discrimination as just a cab driver. But I'm not here to talk about that tonight. And under 37, because I'm a cab driver, though, I support the right for the collective bargaining, Chapter 3.70.060, because I know how vital that is to workers. We don't have that, and we don't have retirement. We don't have anything. We have no medical and dental. We have absolutely nothing as a cab driver. And so also the Chapter 3.70.120, I support that. I support the right to strike with no retaliation, because we have used that in the past, and it's very effective. That should not affect people that are trying to make a living. But I just think that, that because I only make about $9,000 to $13,000 a year, and I know that people have the right to make more, but it's just very, very vital as a property owner, a taxpayer, that it doesn't sit well. I'm sorry. But the other things about collective bargaining and the right to strike, I support. And I thank you for listening to me tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Arlene Carl. It's C-A-R-L-E. I'm asking you to support the concepts of this ordinance. I'm asking you to be fair to the unions, and I'm asking you to be fair to the taxpayers. There was a time when employers took advantage of employees, and unions were instrumental in stopping awful employment conditions, including hours and safety. That was the first phase, and that was a long time ago. In the second phase, unions were constrained by competition. They were limited by the fact that there were other firms in the marketplace. If union demands made it impossible for a firm to continue, there were other companies ready to step in to fill the void. Unions, we're now in phase 3, and unions have turned their attention to the public sector, where there is but one city, one state, one country. When union demands become unreasonable, there is no danger of putting the city, the state, or the country out of business. Unreasonable union demands are funded by taxpayers who are caught in the squeeze by the incestuous relationship between the unions who provide the funds to keep politicians in office and the politicians who stay in office by catering to the demands of the unions. Look at the unfunded liability of the municipality and the state. That unfunded liability is for union benefits. Where was the outrage over the obscene contracts that entered into between outgoing Mayor Mark Begich and the municipal unions, contracts that tied the hands of the next two incoming administrations? Those contracts weren't even up for renewal. I've read that the dangers faced by police justify their benefit packages. Police have a 4-day work week, great salaries, fully paid automobiles, including insurance, gas, maintenance. They get $250 a year for personal items, underwear, etc. They get full retirement after 20 years of service. The rest of us have to work to age 67 to get Social Security. The police get more benefits and are more dissatisfied than any of the other municipal unions. As for their benefits being justified by the dangers they face, Crab fishermen in our military face more dangers at lower pay and benefits, much lower. Union members have also said their benefits are justified because the municipality is running a surplus. The comparison should be between public sector jobs and private sector jobs, not a municipal surplus. If there is a municipal surplus, it is because property owners have been overassessed, not because municipal employees have been underpaid. The changes suggested are reasonable. In my opinion, they do not go far enough. The municipality should not bear the cost of collecting and transmitting dues from employees to unions. I feel union members should write their own union dues checks to their unions, just as I have to write my tax payments checks to the municipality. Please support these proposals. Thank you.
Thank you, Darlene. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen McNicholas, McNicholas. I'd like to preface my remarks with the fact that, as far as I know, we are the lowest taxed major municipality in the country. Okay, and if we wanted to talk about obscene contracts, we could talk about Mr. Dan Coffey's little cozy relationship with the administration. Okay. Now, to get started, I'm not a municipal employee, just another citizen who's given this topic a little thought lately. I see this in terms of the whole community. So I ask this: how will driving wages down help this community? What is the effect of the loss of middle-class wages on our neighborhoods? How can reducing middle-class wages for our neighbors and shipping money south via privatization, and that's what will happen almost guaranteed, how can this be good for anybody but the profiteers? Privatizing services will inevitably degrade the quality of those services, push wages and benefits down, destabilize middle-class neighborhoods, while the services will usually end up more expensive anyway after a few years. And where do those middle-class wages end up via privatization? In some lower 48 executives' pockets. That's where. This corporate-driven agenda to privatize everything and strip workers of middle-class wages is rooted in a corporatist agenda being pushed all across America, and clearly is not keeping our community stable and healthy. Again, I ask, how is it good to drive down wages in a society? Who benefits? Who loses? It is clear that the corporate interest and the common person's interest are not the same anymore. Why would you want to do damage to your own community for someone else's private gain? Does your ideology prevent you from seeing the impact to our community and to the middle class in general in America? Trying to privatize is a charade and a fraud. It will not save money, and the little money it may save will end up in private pockets in the lower 48. Please think about this. I'd like to finish with a statement to everybody in this room that this ridiculous ordinance and the ridiculous shenanigans in Juneau is what we get for voting for a corporatist Republican agenda in these elections, in any elections. A corporate agenda is not in our interest, people. Think about that the next time you vote. Thank you.
Stephen, Mr. Trombley has a question.
I've heard a lot of talk about driving down wages and attack on the middle class. What I have right here is the 2012 MOA payroll costing, which basically takes everybody in the MOA, calculates salaries, overtime, and benefits, and provides a total compensation. The highest non-rep in the municipality in 2012 earned $303,033. The highest IBEW individual earned $300,800. The highest APDEA, $259,394 last year. Not to diminish them in any way or the work that they do. I wouldn't want to be a police officer. But I continue to hear, and the majority of this packet's total compensation is over $100,000 a year. And again, it's not to diminish them, but I'm talking about in the sense of wages. What do you think is a fair middle class total compensation wage?
Well, I will agree with you, sir, that that's a little above what I would call a basic middle-class wage. But I think the great majority of municipal workers are probably a lot less than that. And, you know, I worked for the Muni 25 years ago, and of course wages were a lot lower then, but I mean, I think I broke 22,000 a couple of years, and the great majority of people are probably making between $30,000 and $65,000, which is to me a kind of a barely a middle class wage. I understand there may be some issues with overtime and with certain structure and with seniority and whatnot, and I'm not saying that things are perfect, but I don't understand how, like, putting downward pressure on wages helps a community. It does not help a community. To privatize will not help this community. It'll ship money south. It will not help anybody.
And I understand that. I just, one of the things I struggle with, because it's I don't mean this flippantly, but it's an arbitrary, what is a competitive wage? What is that wage? And that's one of the things that I struggle with in making a decision on 37S is, you know, I see these numbers, and there's a lot of them, $80,000, $90,000 a year in earnings. And again, not to diminish anybody, but I do wonder what is the definition of a middle class wage. And you're right, it isn't good to put downward pressure on wages, but it's finding that balance, and that's what I'm trying to figure out. And,
sure, I can see
and that's
that.
all. So that's all, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, somebody just
Mr.
handed
Honeman?
me.
Mr. Honeman?
Well, I'm curious to what somebody has apparently a middle-class kind of wage. I don't know, is there a number there that you have in front of you? I have a comment to.
I just got handed this, so I'm not quite sure what it's all about here.
You'll read it just a second. I guess I would ask Mr. Trumbull if that same amount of numbers that you have that you just read, does that reflect how many hours were worked to gain that money? Because I dare say that there's.
Well, no, it's clear to say. This isn't time for debate, Mr.
Well,
Honeman, but it's clear. It's clear to say that yes.
If you could,
I'll be quiet.
how many hours? per
Gentlemen, we're taking away from testimony here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dennis Knebel, Knebel. I reside at 3211 West 32nd Avenue. I am present this evening to testify against the proposed ordinance that has been introduced just a few weeks ago, Ordinance 37. I would like to speak specifically tonight to my two representatives that are here with us tonight, since I am their constituent. Assemblywoman Cheryl Frasca, you may be new to sitting on the Anchorage Assembly, and I am your constituent, and I think this ordinance is not right for Anchorage. I'm asking you for a no vote on this ordinance. Assemblyman Ernie Hall, you are not new to sitting in this Anchorage Assembly, and I'm asking you to do the same. On January 30th, 2013, I attended the Anchorage Economic Development Corporation's Economic Forecast Luncheon at the Denina Civic and Convention Center with Bill Popp, President and CEO of AEDC. And he gave us a live, work, and play presentation. Mayor Sullivan, you were there, right? This live, work, and play survey was conducted in the largest cities in each of our 50 states. Bill Popp, with government leadership, would like to get Anchorage #1 in each of these three categories I mentioned. #1 in place to live, #1 in place to work, and #1 in place to play by the year 2025. And if this ordinance is not passed, I believe it would set Anchorage back, not forward. I have been listening to testimonies of residents and public sector workers for many nights now, and I hear that it will not be good for Anchorage. Out of the 50 largest cities in each state right now, Anchorage is ranked 8th in place to live. That's out of 50 cities. And that will go down in 2025 if this ordinance is passed. You may ask why. Employee retention is why. Many of our public employees will find work elsewhere if this ordinance is passed. Experience is key into living in the #1 city in the country, whether it's in the fire department, police station, or at a library. Work. Right now, Anchorage is ranked #3 in this survey around the country. Well, that'll sure go down the next 12 years. Play, right now, we're ranked 11th in the nation for cities to play in. And the only way we can get up to number one, that's in play, that's if we have live and work number one also. There's one more survey that I would like to tell you about tonight. And Anchorage number one in this survey. MSN did a report on their MSN Money website, and Anchorage is number one in America's top 10 tax-friendly cities. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening to all of you. My name is Margie Phillips with 2 L's. I'm speaking to you tonight as a concerned citizen of Anchorage. I'm a taxpayer, I'm a voter, I'm a 19-year city employee, and I'm a proud 18-year IBEW member. My understanding is Ordinance 37 was proposed because you seem to think that city business and unions need to be streamlined. I ask why. And Mr. Trombley, those salaries you were just referring to, I can assure you that there was a lot of hours put into those salaries. And as I stood there, I'm thinking, well, perhaps we need more city employees, if that's the case. We have a number of unions working for the city, people with very different responsibilities and skills. I've been listening to heartfelt testimony, and I've learned a lot about other city workers' jobs. You couldn't pay me any amount of money to do some of them. Thank goodness we have the workforce that we do have. So to think you can package all wages, benefits, what have you, into a fit-all seems quite ludicrous to me. And at what expense? I've heard people talk about Kronos. We have that at MLMP. And now this SAP program, which was supposed to be implemented last year, and now I hear it's not going to go into effect until next year, maybe. And I'm not sure about the cost, but I've heard it's up to $4 to $5 million, and that it's not even an American company. I don't know if that's true, but shame on the city if it is. And I don't see that as responsible streamlining. I didn't realize that as Assembly members, you had to have the expertise and know-how to decide such vital and specific criteria for every municipal department. I trust those departments to know best their own workings. The fire department to staff for the critical life-saving response time needed. APD the same. IBEW, 302, AMEA, and other various unions to get their specific jobs done well and in a timely manner. Certainly, a municipality has to have some management oversight. You, elected leaders. But to what capacity? And I talk about leadership. I just read this article in our Costco Connection magazine. It was written by a professor. And he states about leadership, all too often we confuse being an effective leader with being a good leader. A good leader is one who accomplishes goals, but who also has good character. What distinguishes good leaders from those who are merely effective? I'm almost through. First and foremost, good leaders do the right things versus simply getting things done. Good leaders are responsible and play by the rules. Good leaders treat people fairly and don't lie, cheat, or steal to get ahead. Good leaders also don't achieve outcomes and leave followers exhausted, damaged, or demoralized. Good leaders don't cause harm to achieve a goal. Good leaders leave the organization and its followers better off than when they began. Those of you in favor of Ordinance 37, I'm questioning your leadership right now. There's a lot at stake. I have 5 grandchildren and 1 on the way that all live here in Anchorage. What kind of city are you creating for them? One with opportunity, decent wages for the work done? I see this ordinance as a controlling political platform and certainly not good for city workers or the advancement of the city of Anchorage. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Alvin Barella. I'm hearing impaired, so if I speak a little loud, it's not that I'm angry, it's just I try to hear myself talk. I'm not a member of the union, not a current member. I have no family in a union or any relatives in a union, but I come out in support of the unions. Our police officers have a very difficult job, as well as our firemen and teachers. They are called on in extenuating circumstances, and they risk their lives for us daily. And these police officers have a difficult job. It's a dangerous job. And nowadays our teachers have a dangerous job. And so it's not something that anyone should take lightly. Also, I've heard talk about unions as though they're the enemy. I don't feel that the unions are the enemies. Our police officers are union members. Our teachers are union members. But they teach our kids, and the police officers protect our streets and protect us. If we cut their benefits or take from them, it doesn't help them. It takes away from what they need. It takes away from their family, their kids. Takes away from their livelihood. These police officers, how many of us have ever approached an officer and say, in a uniform, thank you? How many of us ever approached them and said thank you? How many ever have approached a fireman or a teacher and said thank you? How many of them in the audience have ever approached a politician and said thank you? Thank you for the job that you're doing. Thank you for what you're trying to accomplish. Thank you for putting people above politics and personal aspirations. How many of us have went beyond the call of duty in our jobs and our assignments? Have we ever think the construction workers, the painter, the carpenter, electrician, the street people that keep our lights going, the sewers, so that when we flush the toilets, you don't complain about this and that. How many of us have stepped forward and to give thanks for all the things that we have as citizens of this great city of Anchorage? Our politicians have a difficult job. Their decisions affect the lives of thousands of people, not just a few hundred, but thousands and thousands of people. Their decisions determine whether or not the street lights keep going on, our firemen and police officers on the street. Their decisions determine whether or not our infrastructure will be repaired or upkept. The decisions determine whether or not some people will have a job or will they lose their home or their car or their other livelihood or income. The unions have some things that I think a lot of people don't know is it's the unions that came up with the weekends off. It's the unions that came up with sick and vacation days, the end of child labor in America. They went to the politicians in Washington, D.C. to come up with these ideas and approach them. So this is what we need in America.
Sir?
It was the union that come up with the 40-hour work week, the overtime laws, the maternity leave. I don't think there's one woman that I can think of here in Alaska that says, I don't want maternity leave, I want to go have my baby on the job. I can't think of one man in Alaska that
Excuse me. Yeah, I've got to interrupt you, but Mr. Horniman has a question.
Go ahead.
Alvin, first of all, could I get your last name? I didn't get it. What's your last name, sir?
Borrelia.
I'm sorry?
Borrelia. Borrelia.
Borrelia, okay.
Yes.
And then you were on a train of thought there. If you could just summarize real quick, I had one question for you, or comment. What were you saying there just a second ago?
My interest? I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing.
I hear you. I'm trying to speak loud. First of all, I have tried to do my best to thank the municipal employees, teachers, and pretty much everybody that helped serve me. including my colleagues here. So I thank you for making sure you bring that to everybody's attention. We should be grateful for what we have. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And thank you for coming out. Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, guys. Thanks for your time. Appreciate you guys being here. My name is Brian Grella. Last name is Grella. I'm in 4 days will be a 20-year employee, Anchorage Fire Department captain. I've also been in the Air National Guard for 26 years. I was a federally funded state firefighter for 2.5 years before I came to the municipality of Anchorage. I don't know about you guys, but what has really struck me these last several sessions is the quality of people that come up here and testifying in front of you guys. Municipal employees. I have been impressed. I mean, I know some APD, I know, of course, I know the fire guys I work with and the fire gals I work with, but I don't know a lot of people from these other organizations. But I got to tell you, as a whole, I'm impressed. I mean, these are good employees. There's a reason they're here. It's because they're good jobs. You provide a good job, you provide a good wage, you provide a good benefit package, you're going to have good employees. That's how this thing works. I don't think any of you guys are up there in that assembly or the mayor were elected second string. I think people elected you guys because they think you're the best folks for the jobs that you're doing. I don't think no different for those employees either. I know that I don't know what it takes to get hired with some of the other shops, but I know what it takes to get hired with the fire department. It's very tough. It's very competitive. And we have a firefighter that makes it through probation. They're 18 months probation. They've gone through it. They've gone through a lot. And when they've gone through that, I know we've got like the top 10 to 15% of the candidates that have applied. But that's important. If you start reducing the benefits, start reducing the wages, start reducing the packages that when you reduce the package, you get less qualified or less ambitious applicants, because the folks that are really ambitious, that really want to do something with their lives, are going to pursue those jobs that pay better, that have better benefits, because they're able to attain that. They're able to get that. That's why they're here. That's why you guys are here. I mean, I know that. You know, it's very obvious. Obviously, I'm not supportive of 37. I think it's a bad idea. I know my experience with the fire department and going through contract negotiations, we've always stepped up and done the right thing and been honest with administration, and we've bargained in good faith with you guys. That's been my experience as I've been here, and I've been through a few contracts. I know when I came on and you guys were here. I mean, the mayor wasn't the mayor, it was somebody else. The assembly was somebody else. Probably when I retire, you guys won't be here. There'll be somebody else here. The point is that the municipal employees are the ones that stay. We continue to work through all the different administrations and all the different assemblies. We still show up, we still do our job. We do our job very, very well. And we get compensated for that because we do work very hard. I'm dedicated. I love my job. I love going to work, and I every day I get up and I'm excited to go to work. I love my job. Please tell me to keep loving my job. And please keep the job something that people want to attain to go and get.
Thank you, Brian.
Thanks, sir.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Ala LeBlanc. It's L-E capital B-L-A-N-C. Thank you for this opportunity to express my thoughts about Ordinance 37. Revised Ordinance 37 will make it difficult for the unions to negotiate fair wages and benefits for their members. This will have a domino effect on other unions in Anchorage and in the whole state of Alaska. If union wages will not stay competitive, private sector will not increase the wages for their workers as well. I would like to give you two examples of non-union and union influence on wages. My first example is a non-union large car auto dealership came to Anchorage, and with their influence, all auto mechanics' wages decreased. So they were able to change dynamic for all auto mechanics' wages in Anchorage. Second example is how the union has benefited to the whole state of Alaska. The pipe fitters and welders unions basically forced Big Oil to keep the other wages a little higher. It is possible that Ordinance 37 will drive all wages in Anchorage down. If most of the workers in Anchorage will have less income, their ability to purchase goods and services will decrease. That could lead to the negative impact on businesses because the businesses will be not able to sell as much products and services. Consequently, their profits will decline. Since Anchorage is the largest city in Alaska, what happens in Anchorage will affect the whole state of Alaska. In conclusion, it is possible that the revised Ordinance 37 will have negative impact on every worker, every family, and every business in Anchorage and in the state. By supporting union workers, the municipality will keep high levels of committed workers, will not lose institutional knowledge, and will ensure that the vital services of Anchorage will continue to run smoothly. As our representatives, please vote no on Ordinance 37. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. There appears to be no questions. Thank you. Good evening.
Hello. My name is Douglas Henney, last name spelled H-E-N-I-E. I've been an Anchorage police officer for over 18 years. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, and I'm proud to serve the citizens of Anchorage and also the state of Alaska. Law enforcement has been a very rewarding career for me, and thus far, with 18 years of experience, the plan was 25 years. Working for the municipality of Anchorage APD has allowed me to support my family and to support my community. So I'm here to speak with you on AO 37. But where do you start? It's huge. There's so many different aspects to this ordinance that my time here is not sufficient. So I'll just touch on a certain part of it. I'd like to start with the aspect of binding arbitration. When I was first hired back in '94, it was explained to me that we as a police force, we would not strike. Our contracts would be negotiated in good faith on both sides, with both management and its employees. If an impasse occurred, then a selected independent, impartial third party would help resolve the issues, if it got that far. I know this makes it sound very simplified, but to me as a police officer, this rang true. It was also explained to me that the Assembly at any time could attempt to vote this ordinance away. Through education of the Assembly, it was thought that they understood the issues of that philosophy. They understood that binding arbitration was the right thing to do for its employees. Basically, our whole judicial system is set up this way. That includes both civil and criminal court system. An independent judge resides over the proceedings to make sure the rules are followed correctly so a decision or a ruling can be made. And it's important that both sides feel that they're being treated fairly. That way, management and employees, when you feel like you can be treated fairly, employees can work together to make this a better community. We as public employers are not looking to get more than we are due or what we deserve. All we're looking to do is get a fair shake, just like everybody else, when they have their day in court. Contract negotiations are tough. We get that. But we know that when one side gets absolute final say over the other party, then contracts can't be negotiated in good faith. I'd like the Assembly to consider the employees of the municipality of Anchorage as their investment to the city's future. Attracting a wide variety of professionals to their workforce is good business. The way contracts have been negotiated in the past years, it's worked. It has had a stable influence on the city and its employees. The fact that there is stable influence on this, extremely important to understand. We have to understand that fact. We all know that politicians come and go, but the workforce has to continue on. I'm just about done. It has been a stable this municipality has been a stable work environment. How efficient would it be every time a new administration came in and wanted to make sweeping changes without due time or regard to work through the issues? That's what leads to an unstable work environment. A stable work environment leads to retired employees wanting to stay in Alaska during their golden years. That means the money is coming back into the community. That's good business. In closing, I'd just like to say, just please slow down, reconsider this, take the time that this is something we really want to do, because once we go there, it could be a whole lot worse coming back. I truly believe that this is not good for both the MOA and the employees of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you. There appears to be no questions. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the Assembly. Thank you for allowing us to speak tonight. My name is Jason Dolph. I'm a lifelong Alaskan, resident of Anchorage and Eagle River for the last 16 years. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, voter, member of IFF Local 1264. I'm currently a captain and training officer, one of 3 in the Anchorage Fire Department. Like so many others, I'm here tonight to ask you to please postpone indefinitely the voting on AO 37. Why do we need to postpone this? Because we need time. Everybody here needs time. Not just the bargaining groups, not just the citizens, but the Assembly needs time. Time to understand all facets of the proposed ordinance. The ordinance is extremely vague in so many areas. Unanswered questions and lack of detail may leave the municipality and the community vulnerable to safety and financial risks and lead us to consequences we have not even considered. Together, we can share critical information, work to answer questions, define an agreeable, sustainable, and equitable plan, and forecast our future. We need time to become properly educated about issues within each work unit. The ordinance has so many blanket statements and clauses. It's the one-size-fits-all. While city workers are grouped together in this forum, there are tremendous differences amongst the work groups. Each work unit has special needs, considerations, and requirements in order to achieve peak performance and provide customer service to our community. Together, we can discover what needs, considerations, and requirements we need to pursue in order to achieve success and provide for safety, and work collaboratively to make improvements to infrastructure and implement appropriate work rules and agreements that are fiscally responsible and fair and equitable to the employee. Now, with all this information, we need time to make necessary amendments to this ordinance or strike up a new plan based on accurate information. When we take time, we become informed and educated. We will together make responsible decisions about the future of thousands of workers and our community. To make a decision now based on vague details and without necessary information is, quite frankly, irresponsible. Many work groups have offered to make concessions in order to allow you time. You have the time. Will you take that time? Will you take the time to make informed decisions and do what's in the best interest of this community? That's all I ask of you, is to take the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Terry Crawford, and I am currently an employee at Municipal Light and Power. Just a little background. I started at Chugach Electric, and I was married at the time to a military serviceman. We moved away to Tacoma, Washington, ended up coming back here. I was not able to go back to Chugach Electric, so I got on with Instar Natural Gas. I was approached by someone from the city who worked as a 911 operator supervisor, and she said, "I like your customer service. Would you be interested in working as a 911 operator?" And I said, I didn't think that was a good fit for me, but I wanted to work for the city, so I got on with MLMP, which I love. I like my work hours. I like my environment. And as far as your pay comment is concerned, I can tell you that I have worked at other utilities. I made more money, but the benefits weren't as great. So this is like the best of both worlds. I mean, so if it was about money, then I would be somewhere else. So it's mostly about the environment. But I am here to speak on the AO 37. My concern is, or question is, the managed competition portion. If the attorney didn't understand that, I really didn't understand it. It says right now there's no details on or how it would affect employees and departments, and so how can you vote on something that you don't know the details? And the amendment also says management will forward a plan 180 days, manage competition within 180 days. Again, how do you vote on something when you don't know the details? Mayor Sullivan says manage competition does not exist under this ordinance. It simply allows for the possibility for it in this contract. How vague can you be? Again, how can you vote on something when you don't know the details? In general, of all of it, it leaves more questions than answers. I ask you all to vote against this ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Trainee?
Ma'am, you understand the problem in front of us. When you look on this page on 31 of 32, it says the administration will, within 180 days of the approval of this ordinance, and develop and present it to the Assembly. It's much like in 2008 when the Assembly voted on the union contracts they'd never seen.
Okay.
They stepped off the cliff, and this contract wants us now, 37 wants us to step off the cliff again.
Okay.
Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Botilla, B as in boy, O-T-T-I-L-A. I'm currently the lead mechanic at the Anchorage Fire Department maintenance shop. I need my glasses. I come to speak on managed competition. Anchorage Fire Department currently has a fleet of approximately 200 vehicles consisting of ladder trucks, fire engines, water tenders, ambulances, and assorted other command and support vehicles. Emergency response run volume has increased as the population continues to grow. The vehicles are racking up far more mileage in a shorter period of time as a result, and the breakdowns become more frequent. We have not changed the replacement schedule, so by the time the vehicles get to reserve status, most of them will have over 100,000 miles on them. And they're losing some of their most important factor, the reliability. I have a staff of 6 highly talented mechanics that work for me. Our average age at hire is 40 years old. The reason for this is because we've all picked up our talents and our experience elsewhere. We've brought many talents to the table, and we believe that we are the best of the best. I am a supervisor. I fall under the area of supervisor. I approve time as well as supervise employees. In an answer to Mr. Trombley's question about wages, etc., I can speak for our staff. There are approximately 35 vehicles per mechanic in our fleet of fire department equipment. And as one person put it to me, if you were to jump in your family sedan, start it cold, and wait for the oil pressure to come up, then drop it in gear and go as fast as you can to wherever you're going, how long do you think that car would last? His $1 million fire truck has over 130,000 hard miles on it. And the men and women who keep it on the road are awesome, focused, and capable. And when he takes his own vehicle to the dealership, he can count on it being out for a week. We turn things in a day sometimes, whenever possible. Anyways, with the wages and that, in our case, we work a lot of overtime. As you can imagine, 35 vehicles to keep on the road in emergency status takes an awful lot. And every time that key turns, it needs to start. It needs to run fast. I'll close with that. Part of our issue, obviously, is staffing. That many vehicles per mechanic is far too many. So I'll close with, please vote no on AO 37. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Twinney has a question.
Just a question and a statement. Thank you very much for keeping those vehicles so that when a fireman turns the valve, the water goes where it's supposed to. Because without that, nothing really matters. That water's got to get there. So thanks for keeping these trucks so at second notice they can run code across anywhere in Anchorage. And are you the one that sent us an email on the amount of trucks that you maintain?
Yep.
By any chance?
Yep.
I apologize for one of my assembly colleagues that told you, well, then you'll win managed competition. I think you remember that letter, don't you?
I did hear about that, yep.
pretty much of a smack in the face for all the work you've done for us, keeping these vehicles ready to go at a moment's notice. I'm
I
sorry.
thought so. And in my past, I've dealt with managed competition. Some of my experience, I worked for Delta Airlines for 17 years, maintaining ground equipment. They looked at contracting us out at one point, and that's when times were tough for them. They were in bankruptcy and looking for any way to cut costs. Luckily, our management allowed us to research the issue and come up with our own numbers and prove ourselves worthy of keeping in-house. And we did. And now they're the largest airline in the world.
Thank you again so much for the vehicles you maintain, sir.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Stephen Myers, MYERS. I drive bus for the municipality now. I drove for ASD for 4 years and have driven for the People Mover for the last 4.5 years. I'm here today to talk to you about this legislation, and I want to first point to the legislation that put that flag there. We, the people of the United States of America, in order to form a more perfect union, hold these truths to be self-evident, that all people are created equal, are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Very simple document. King George didn't have any trouble understanding it. Didn't need to pull a team of lawyers to tell him what it said. Didn't have any loopholes at the end that you can add to when it's voted through. And the very people who were going to go to war could understand it when it was read in the town squares. It was simple. It was a great document because it had a great purpose. It was created to oppose oppression. It had within it an outstanding principle, and that principle is that all people matter. You need to vote this down because it is the polar opposite of the Declaration of Independence. It was written with a purpose, to create oppression. It will eliminate and drive down the wages of the middle class. It will wreck the economy within this city. It will create oppression. The purpose of that is clear to me as I read it. It is simply to break the unions. And the principle behind it is very simple to see as well. The only thing that matters is money. People don't matter. The policeman putting his life on the line doesn't matter. The person who fights the fires and puts their life on the line doesn't matter. The employee who has dedicated their life to this municipality for 30 years or 20 years or whatever doesn't matter. If we can find somebody cheaper, then they get the job. And this ordinance says to the citizens of this city, you don't matter. Because if you don't matter enough to get the best that we have out there. You don't matter enough to have the best policeman, the best fire department, the best service. You don't matter. And that's what I see in this ordinance.
Thank you, Stephen. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jody Ellis, E-L-L-I-S. I work for the Anchorage Police Department as a records clerk. I'm a lifetime Alaskan. I was born and raised here, as were my siblings and my children. I even grew up around some of you, although perhaps running in different circles. My father was a firefighter for over 20 years, and my brother is currently a firefighter paramedic. Public safety has a long history in my family, with Alaska being part of our legacy. Under the proposal as it stands, my job would be up for bid under the clause referencing managed competition. I would like to take a moment to explain to the Assembly and Mayor Sullivan what exactly it is that the Records Department does and what this change could mean to the citizens of Anchorage. There's a common misconception that if a position is prefaced by the word clerk, it means filing and answering the occasional phone call. A police records clerk, however, is required to do much more than that. We are a major point of contact for the general public. If your car gets stolen, bank account gets compromised, or if you need to pay your traffic ticket, you will end up speaking to someone from records. Citizens with questions about eviction, child custody, and other civil issues also call us regularly, as well as many of our citizens dealing with mental health issues. Any non-emergency call that does not require immediate officer attention goes through records. Our position requires extensive training, and it takes at least a year before an employee begins to really understand the job. Every report, every citation completed by an officer goes through us for verification. Every court document required by both state and municipal prosecutors in order to properly process offenders goes through us. We are responsible for making sure that those documents are correct, for if they are not, due process cannot take place and those committing crimes may be back on the street in short order. We work closely with officers in dispatch, often assisting officers in research and compiling information, and are an integral part of the police system. Our department also generates a high amount of income for the city in the form of collections from citations, as well as grants awarded via data compiled by our classifiers. We're privy to very sensitive information that requires thorough background checks. We have access to personal information on any citizen in Anchorage, and we fully understand the sensitive nature of this kind of information. We value the work we do, we choose to be there, and we feel like we make a difference to the department and to the community at large. I cannot imagine that kind of information being in the hands of some nameless company that manages to get in by low bid, who does not have the same integrity and dedication to protecting the privacy of the citizens of Anchorage. Our city deserves so much more than the lowest bidder. I am a citizen. I am a taxpayer. I am not getting rich off city money. In fact, I work 3 jobs to make ends meet as a single parent. I love this city and I love my job. I want to see the absolute best safety provided to the people of Anchorage, from the police officers and firefighters on the front lines, all the way down to me, a records clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Jody. Jody?
Are you currently working 3 jobs? I don't want to pry, but are you saying
Yes.
you're currently? So if this changes your status, are you looking elsewhere? Are you going to?
Potentially, yes. Yes, I may have to. Because I don't, my income or my expenses, I guess, wouldn't allow my income to go much lower.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, by indulgence, I don't know how many people here in the audience are still waiting to testify. I don't know how many.
Looks like thousands to me.
Mr. Chairman, I move to continue the public hearings till March 19th.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue. Madam Clerk, take the vote.
Mr. Chairman, can we speak on the motion?
If you'd like, yes.
I'd appreciate it, sir. The Charter guarantees everybody the right to testify on issues in front of the Assembly. I've been here 14 years, and I can't remember the last time we've shut testimony down, so I would encourage the body to move to continue so we can take public testimony. I know you've got a legal opinion from the city attorney, and it cites in there where I shut somebody down when I was chairman from testifying. That was an individual that wanted to testify the second time, not somebody that's never testified on an issue in front of us, sir. So I would encourage the body to approve this.
And Mr. Chairman, just fully, the reason for making the motion is just, it's clear to see that it sounds like we're going to try to postpone this matter over to the 26th. Why not accommodate the public the opportunity to speak? I get it, we might be hearing more of the same, but I think we'd be doing an injustice to our community. And given a recent ruling that we may be in some little shaky ground there, I'm real concerned about that. So I'd like us to do the right thing.
Anyone else to speak to the motion? Seeing none, clerk, take the roll.
Ms. Braska? No. Mr. Trainee?
Yes.
Mr. Honeman?
Yes.
Ms. Gray Jackson is absent. Mr. Hall?
No.
Ms. Johnston?
No.
Mr. Starr?
No.
Mr. Trombley?
No.
Ms. Oziander?
Step in the room momentarily.
Mr. Flynn? Mr. Flynn said yes. Mr. Birch?
Mr. Birch?
That was no.
Okay. We've got 6 no, 3 yes, and 1 excused, so the motion fails.
Thank you for respecting us, sir. What is my right? What is it? Please, Frank. You don't represent no one here.
Mr. Sure, I understood you had a...
Yeah, if I can get everybody that was here to testify on the bill, it sounds like we're cutting it off right here. We have one last speaker, if you wouldn't...
We've got until 11 o'clock.
Okay. We're going to ask that everybody move over to Wilda Marston Theater. We'd like to gather up some names and take some photographs, if you don't mind. So just quietly, just go ahead and move over. They're going to shut the testimony down. They've made that decision. We're past that. We're going to move into the next phase. All right? A few people are going to stay over here in this room and take care of some other matters for us. All right? So if we get everybody to just move over to Wilda Marston, we'd really appreciate it. Thank you very much. No, you guys, everybody that's in line, stay here. We're going to keep the testimony going till 11 o'clock. Did you go to the front?
Be ashamed. Why do you work in the ignorant?
Sir, would you please exit? Let's continue.
Thank you. I just want to take a few minutes to talk about, go through a couple of things here. First of all, my name is Gerard Aslan, and I am a resident of Anchorage. Last name is Asselin, and I've lived here in Alaska my whole life, and I am proud to be a member of the Anchorage Police Department, and I currently serve as a supervisor in the patrol division. A few things I wanted to share with you. First of all, I am absolutely humbled by what we've seen and what we've heard in these days of testimony. I too did not know the depth of the knowledge and the experience and what we get as a community in the employees that work here. So I appreciate that, and I want to commend those who have taken the time and energy to come here day after day after day to have their voice heard. Clearly, the community gets a value for the services that we provide. We're not taking, we're giving. And it's a little bit disturbing about how I hear over and over about how it's an us versus them. It's troubling to me when there's language suggested by the mayor that when we talk about conflicting loyalties, as though just because I'm union, I'm going to somehow change my work or do something different because my loyalties might be to my union rather than my community. If you look at the documents, it talks about conflicting loyalties as it relates to someone's ability or maybe their classification, whether or not they can be union. What with that implies something that I wish we wouldn't go there. My loyalty is to this community. I want to get a couple things on record for us all, okay? First of all, I know there are at least 80 to 90 people who have already drawn numbers and who are prepared to testify here today. Some of these people have come before and have waited. It's been the very clear intent of Mr. Hall as the chair, and as we've just heard from this vote, you intend to stop the testimony today. Many others, not only the ones you see in line, but the ones that have gone to the other room are prepared. Maybe they haven't drawn a number yet, okay? A lot of these people would be able, willing, and prepared to testify tomorrow, the next day, next week, anytime they're given an opportunity to have their voice as citizens to be heard. You may be thinking that all of these people would say the same thing. That's simply not true. There are lots of different perspectives. The people I know who want to testify mostly oppose the proposed ordinance. But each one of those people have his or her own reasons why. They have different perspectives in terms of their connection to the community and the job they perform. As best as we can determine, the decision to cut off public testimony before everyone who wants to testify has been heard is unprecedented in municipal history. Everyone who wanted to testify on the proposed changes to Title 21 had a chance to testify. A couple years back, everyone who wanted to testify on the proposed human rights law had a chance to testify. Even people who didn't live in the municipality on that occasion had a chance to testify. The Municipal Bill of Rights, Section 10, guarantees the right to be heard at a public hearing before an ordinance may be adopted. The provision does not say that some people have a right to be heard as citizens with their own viewpoints. Everyone who wants to speak or who shows up and follows the rules who is not allowed to speak follows the rules, but who is not allowed to speak is denied his or her right under the municipal code when the assembly cuts off testimony. Just because some people have had the right to testify does not mean the assembly is properly protecting the rights of all citizens. The right to testify is not limited to some representatives of the citizens. It doesn't protect the rights of all these people, all these other people in line, just because I have now had the chance to speak. Under municipal code, it provides that the chair shall instruct public speakers to be brief, but it does not contain any provision allowing the chair to limit certain people who wish to speak to 0 time. Historically, this provision has been interpreted not to allow the assembly to impose a per se speaker limit of 1 or 2 minutes rather than 3 minutes. That means it's even more clearly impermissible to limit speakers to 0 minutes, which is exactly what's being adopted and chose by this body tonight. As far as we can determine, the assembly has never before in anyone's memory limited public testimony. On behalf of everyone who has been denied the chance to speak, I wish to register my strong objection and appeal to thinking, reasonable members of the assembly to overrule the chair's decision to limit debate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Public speaking is not my favorite thing to do, but I'm here anyway because I feel very strongly about this. My name is Heidi Dragas. I serve as General Counsel to the Alaska District Council of Laborers and to Public Employees Local 71. I'm also a lifelong Alaskan. I am representative in West Anchorage by Mr. Hall and Ms. Frasca. I'd like to spend some time talking to you about the Q&A that was passed out to us by the administration, to the assembly members, to the press, and to the labor leaders last week. We've had some time to review it, and the bottom line is this. The Q&A simply does not match up with what's in the ordinance. While we are willing to accept the statements made last week for purposes of legislative history, we'd prefer that the ordinance clearly state what the administration claims it says. For instance, the administration claims on page 1 of the Q&A that unions will be able to negotiate leave accrual. However, Section 170 of the ordinance says, quote, all municipal employees shall be subject to municipal leave policies. We see no room for negotiation on leave. On page 1 of the Q&A, The administration claims that the unions will be able to negotiate overtime eligibility. However, Section 040A7 on page 9 of the ordinance says it is the right of the municipality to determine overtime. And again, Section 170 on page 30 says, quote, overtime compensation eligibility is defined in AMC Chapter 330. Again, we see no room for negotiation on overtime. On page 1 of the Q&A, it states that unions will be able to negotiate hours of work and shift schedules. However, Section 040A7 says, quote, it is the right of the municipality to determine staffing and scheduling. And again, Section 040A10 says the municipality has the right to exercise complete control and discretion over scheduling its employees. Yet again, where's the room for negotiation? The administration claims on page 1 of the Q&A that unions will be able to negotiate benefits. But Section 020E on page 7 says that, quote, benefits shall be the same for all municipal employees. And Section 170 on page 30 of the ordinance says that municipal benefit programs shall be offered on a uniform basis to all eligible employees. It also goes on to state that all municipal employees shall be subject to the municipal benefit programs as defined in AMC Chapter 330. Where in the world does it tell us that we can negotiate benefits when you're faced with that language? The administration also claims on page 1 of the Q&A that the unions will be able to negotiate shift differentials under the new ordinance. But I read Section 020H dealing with the elimination of pay enhancements on pages 7 and 8 of the ordinance to eliminate shift differentials. On page 2 of the Q&A, the administration claims that longevity and service recognition are grandfathered. Again, while the administration's statements are helpful for the purposes of legislative history, the language on page 8 in Section 020H does not grandfather these programs. It simply doesn't do that. The administration claims on page 2 of its Q&A that pay steps are not eliminated. This one really baffles me because it says on page 8 of the ordinance quite clearly, and I quote, that performance step programs based on longevity shall be eliminated. Where is there any room for interpretation?
Heidi, I need you to conclude.
In conclusion, in my legal opinion, this ordinance is a train wreck, full of bad language, conflicting terms, and terms ultimately harmful to the municipality. And the thing is that if you pass this thing, this will be your legacy. And we will not forget that. So please, I would urge you to vote this down.
Mr. Trini has a question.
Heidi, can you give us a copy of your testimony, please?
Sure, I can do that.
Ma'am.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm not as tall as Heidi. My name is Serena Green. I was born and raised in Alaska. My grandparents moved here in 1964 after the earthquake and ran a general construction company that was instrumental in building Anchorage up to what it is today, specifically in East Anchorage. My mother, my aunt, and my uncle all grew up here. I'm married to a man who was born and raised here. His family was raised here. So we've got a long legacy and ties to the city. I think there's been a lot of misleading information to the Assembly and to the public. It certainly feels like one of those Paul Harvey rest of the story moments. One thing that I was looking at, and I'm not a CPA, but I was taking a look at the budgets that are on the website here, and I know there was a statement made by the mayor that the cost per municipal employee has risen from $92,000 to $116,000 since 2009. But when I started taking a look at the individual budgets for each department and division, what I found interesting was that the mayor's own office, his staff saw increases in their wages and benefits from $91,000 a year in 2009 to more than $145,000 a year that was allotted for the 2013 budget. That's almost a 60% increase. The Equal Rights Commission saw a similar increase, more than 63%, with an average wage increase from $72,000 in 2009 to $119,000 in 2013. The Employees Relations Department, the Administration Division, which contains 2 employees, hasn't changed since 2009. They saw an increase in wages that went from $89,000 in 2009 to over $147,000 that was allocated in the 2013 budget. That's an increase of over 65%. These same kinds of double-digit increases are happening in several other departments where either all the employees are not represented or a vast majority of them are not represented. I encourage you to take a look at the internal audit department, the municipal manager's office, the IT department, all similarly saw these double-digit increases. So my question is where's the concern over those wages? Where's the tie to the economy? And why is the finger being pointed at represented employees? My point is that additional time needs to be spent looking into these issues. And I know it took me a while to look through the budgets. I'm not an expert. I'm sure Frasca probably has lots of questions for me and has more expertise than I could ever, dream of having. But it's just looking at the basic numbers. What I did was just look at what was allocated for the budget, what was actually used in the actuals, and divide by the number of employees. It was just, I took a very basic math approach. My next point is that the mayor had mentioned that part of the reasoning for this, is streamlining the bargaining process. I think you guys have heard several issues relating to the ordinance as it was originally drafted in the supplemental. We haven't had much time to look at the supplemental, but I can send you guys my laundry list because I'm running out of time, but it goes for pages, and there's lots of conflicting statements, versus what was told to the assembly during work sessions. It doesn't match up. And so that gives me a lot of concern, especially when people are talking about looking at the legislative history. But when the language is clear, and having two differing opinions about what the language means does not mean the language is unclear. The Alaska courts have held that several times in contract interpretation, so you don't get a chance to look at the legislative history to determine what the stuff means when the language is clear. I think it is clear.
Mr. Trini has a question.
Please give us a copy of your testimony in writing.
And I'll send you the backups that I had used for the budgets.
If you would, thank you. So we're going to have a debate time, and I'd like to have that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Good evening.
Hi. My name is Tony Pate, and P-A-T-E, and since 1997, I've worked for the Anchorage Police Department as a police officer. I've worked in the capacity as a patrol officer, a firearms instructor, a burglary detective. I've worked in crimes against children. I've done financial crimes. My most public case was the school district cases with the embezzlements. I'm also a polygraph examiner. Prior to this, I worked in the lower 48 for a different department that was a department that had gotten rid of seniority, and it had gotten rid of it right before I was hired. And I was fortunate enough to be able to work there as a resume builder, like I'm afraid people are going to do for the Anchorage Police Department as I went through college. When I went through the academy, Captain Barber, the captain of patrol, pulled me aside into his office, and he said, Pate, there's only one way you're going to get ahead at this department. He said, that's planting tulips. And I said, what does that mean, Captain? He said, that's planting your tulips on this here ass. And what he meant by that was that he wanted you to do whatever he wanted to do, including cut his grass, pick up his laundry. Our lieutenant was a high school dropout that did all these things. It was a good old boy system that was built on this kind of mentality, and they lived by that. Gratuities were expected and encouraged. We had our overtime system. Since we didn't have seniority, they farmed it out to whoever was the lowest bidder as far as the deputies went. And the deputies would then have the power to distribute it however they wanted to their peers or their peer group or however they wanted to do it. It was a terrible system. I came to the Anchorage Police Department because of the union and the wages and the benefits, and I brought my degree and my experience up here to be a part of that. I love Anchorage. I don't want to see anything bad happen to it. I'm afraid that's what's going to happen if this is passed. My two major concerns is, like I said, the elimination of seniority and the elimination of past practice, because I don't want to be the guy that cuts the captain's grass or that has to do something like that or live at the whim of people that are power hungry because the wages and benefits are not the kind that draw the quality people that we have at the Anchorage Police Department right now. As far as the removal of binding arbitration, that's my other concern, just because, we're not going to strike. We're not going to do the blue flu, call in. Not only are we federally prohibited from doing that, we're not the kind of people that would do that. We have a higher level of integrity, and that's why we have been chosen by the Anchorage Police Department to represent and defend this city. As far as the binding arbitration, we don't have like I said, the ability to do any of that stuff, and that's what keeps it fair amongst everybody. And I just don't want to see a position to where we're being bullied on our contract, and we don't have we're trying to defend everybody from being bullied, and we're being bullied ourselves by having binding arbitration taken away, and the ability to negotiate in that fashion from us. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Harleman?
Real quick question, and I know it kind of gets a little off this, but you heard earlier a question about somebody making $230-some thousand for a year. I know it's not you, but can you just briefly explain how you get to anything close to that number?
Well, it's the people that have. You can look at anybody's contract and see what their hourly rate is. They're going to get that kind of money based on putting in the hours that they get. And overtime based on seniority, or being on a call-out team if you're at the police department or whatever. Those guys are getting paid that amount of money because they're putting in that much more time than the base salary would require, the base rate that your hourly rate is going to get you.
Can they just show up at any given time and just say, I'm here to work, I'm going to make extra money? Or
absolutely not. I mean, if you're on a call-out team, it's based on the crisis that they need you for, or if it's some kind of seniority or some kind of event that's pre-planned, then it's based on seniority and a sign-up sheet.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We're going to have time for two more people.
It's my third time in line, so I finally get to talk to you guys. Just want to touch a little bit on managed competition and where I work at street maintenance. So we'll just go by the script here. Fellow Assembly Chairman Hall and all the Assembly members, thank you for taking the time to hear the testimony from the public. My name is Sean Nadler, Knoedler, just like it sounds, or AKA the pothole filler. My job title is Heavy Equipment Operator Lead Man for Street Maintenance, and I'm opposed to AO 37. As street maintenance, we are professionals and great equipment operators with specialized training on specialized equipment. The techniques that are utilized at street maintenance are unique to city snow removal. Some may call us construction workers. For the most part, that is true. During the summer, we are construction workers operating equipment in controlled environments. Behind the cones, barricades, and other traffic controls is where you're going to find us. That's where heavy equipment operates its best, is in the summer. Paving, laying out wrap roads, prepping dirt for concrete, and many other tasks that may group us into the category of construction workers. There are many other companies that are in construction. During the winter, we are not your typical construction workers. Anchorage is a great city, and one thing you can count on in the winter is snow. Every citizen knows that it will snow in Anchorage. A snowstorm can paralyze the city, making roads dangerous and close to impossible to travel. If the snow is not removed in a timely, safe, and professional manner, then emergency responders will not be able to respond to an emergency in a safe amount of time. The training that we have received at street maintenance has been refined and is unparalleled for snow removal. The techniques that are utilized at street maintenance are unique to city snow removals. What makes us different from other construction workers is that during the winter, we have no cones or barriers to protect us. We work in traffic, through neighborhoods, and many other uncontrolled environments. We're not plowing parking lots where we can close the entrance and plow the snow off a flat surface. We're plowing 1,280 lane miles and over 200 miles of trails in less than 72 hours, putting a 38,000-pound road grader in environments that it was not made for, and it does not like plowing snow. There are no classes to learn how to control this road grader with the precision we have. There is no competition for street maintenance during the winter. No company has the knowledge or knows how to maintain this city during the winter. Street maintenance is an essential service that is vital to emergency services and for the safety of the citizens of Anchorage. In closing, the street maintenance department is an essential service. I ask that you look at us as one. I do not want 37 to pass, and I ask that you exclude street maintenance from managed competition for the safety of the citizens of Anchorage. I got a few seconds left on the clock here. I'm a lead man over at street maintenance, and I run a weekend crew. That means that there's no supervisor there. I got my own crew, so there's no dispatch upstairs. So all the calls that come from the city come to me, and for the most part, when it starts raining outside and it gets slippery, 911's calling me for help.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Trainee?
Sir, we took your picture for a reason. We wanted to get a picture of the man that fills potholes. Because we don't care, either Paul or I, we put politics aside, put people first, because we've said this for years, we don't care who fills that pothole, we just want it filled. Now I've got a picture to go with that pothole.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I am sorry, I'm under the time as to being able to close this meeting. So as decided by the Assembly by a vote of 7-2 on Wednesday, March 6, 2013, public hearing is closed. The chair would take a motion to adjourn. Any objection? Seeing none,
Put it on record, please.
we have two objecting to adjourning. Meeting stands adjourned.